You okay? This is X, and he's a great guy, high IQ. He's a high IQ individual.
And he's got this, check out this cool chain he's got.
So thank you very much. We had a busy day today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning Gaza.
Out of the storm, onto my arm. Don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all. We dream of the day men are set free, although at times it's hard to believe. With pounding drums, sail through the storm. Where we go one we go all. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go one we go all. Onto my arm, don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all.
Elon Musk, who apparently has adopted the alias, at least he changed his social media handle to Harry Balls, tweeted this morning, "Democracy in America is being destroyed by judicial coup. An activist judge is not a real judge."
Sometimes I'm right and I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the banker, the drummer, and then makes no difference what group I'm in. I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah.
There is a blue one who can't accept the green one, for living with the fat one, trying to be a skinny one, in different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
We got to live together. I am no better, and neither are you. We are the same, whatever we do. You love me, you hate me, you know me, and then you can figure out the bag I'm in. I am everyday people. Yeah, yeah.
There is a long hair that doesn't like the short hair, for being such a rich one that will not help the poor one, in different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
We got to live together.
There is a yellow one that won't accept the black one, that won't accept the red one, that won't accept the white one, in different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
golden age of America begins right now.
Used as a scapegoat, taped to the wall, bruised and abused on some foreign soil. Trained to kill, baby, that's what we do. And programmed to bleed, red and white and blue. Come on and grab your guns, let's ride. And may your conscience be your guide. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll say a prayer for you to make it through to the other side. Tonight's the night we fight or die. Yeah. Grab your gun, son, said we're heading for war. Like your Uncle JT done years before. No pussy, no dope, this ain't Saigon. But keep your heads up for roadside fire. Come on and grab your guns, let's ride. And may your conscience be your guide. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
odds are you won't like what it is. When the storm arrives, would you be seen with me by the merciless eyes I've deceived? I've seen angels fall from blinding heights, but you yourself are nothing so divine. Just next in line, arm yourself because no one else here will save you. The odds will betray you, and I will replace you. Can't deny the prize it may never fulfill you. It won't secure you. Are you willing to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. You know my name. If you come inside, things will not be the same when you return to the night. And if you think you won when you never saw me change the game that we have been playing, I've seen this diamond cut through harder men than you yourself. But if you must pretend, you may meet your end. Arm yourself because no one else here will save you. The odds will betray you, and I will replace you. Can't deny the prize it may never fulfill you. It won't secure you. Are you willing to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. Try to hide your hand, forget how to feel. Life is gone with just a spin of the wheel. Arm yourself because no one else here will save you. The odds will betray you, and I will replace you. Can't deny the prize it may never fulfill you. It won't secure you. Are you ready to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. You know my name. You know my name. You know my name. You know my
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't ever slack up, punk, you better back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up if you got the feeling. Jump up, touch the ceiling, months of funk flow. Someone's fucking junk, yo, I'll bust them in the eye. And then I'll take the punks out, feeling funky. Amps in a trunk and I got more rhymes than this cops at a junkie. Donut shop, sure enough, I got props from the kids on the hill with my mom and my pops. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around, jump around, jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump. I'll serve your ass like John McEnroe. If your girl steps up, I'm smacking the hoe. Word to to your moms. I came to drop bombs. I got more rhymes than the Bible's got psalms. And just like the prodigal son, I've returned. Anyone stepping on me, you'll get burned. Cause I got lyrics, but you ain't got none. If you come to battle, bring a shotgun. But if you do, you're a fool, cause I do to the death. Trying to step to me, you take your last breath. I got the skill, come get your fill. Cause when I shoot the gift, I shoot the kill. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. I never eat a pig cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to play me out like as if my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no punk bitch. Get used to one style of yo when I might switch it up and around. Then buck, get down, put out your head and then you wake up in the dawn of the dead. I'm coming to get ya, I'm coming to get ya. Spitting out lyrics, homie, I with ya. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump. Yeah. This is dedicated to
heart of the question is whether all Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities. Whether we are going to treat our fellow Americans as we want to be treated. If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot eat lunch in a restaurant open to the public, if he cannot send his children to the best public school available, if he cannot vote for the public officials who represent him, if, in short, he cannot enjoy the full and free life which all of us want, then who among us would be content to have the color of his skin changed and stand in his place? Who among us would then be content with the counsels of patience and delay? 100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves, yet their heirs, their grandsons, are not fully free. They are not yet freed from the bonds of injustice. They are not yet freed from social and economic oppression. And this nation, for all its hopes and all its boasts, will not be fully free until all its citizens are free.
Levee's gonna break. It keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. The levee raiser had no place to stay. That old levee taught me to weep and moan. That mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Got what it takes to make a mountain man leave his home. If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
Forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to
Americanism,
me.
not globalism, will be our credo.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the Don't you ever be sad. Lean on me in times of bad. When the day comes and you're down and I'm in a trouble and I'm about to drown, just hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. I'm on my way. Your lover. If you get cold, yeah, I will be your lover. Don't have to worry, 'cause I'm here. Don't need to suffer, baby, 'cause I'm here. Just hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Look at it. Reach out to me for satisfaction, yeah. Look at here, babe. That's all she got to do. Call my name, yeah. For quick reaction, yeah, 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 yeah. Now don't you ever be sad. Lean on me when the times are bad. When the day comes and you're down, baby, in a river trouble and about to drown, just hold on.
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting, folks. I'm your host, Unorganized Jack. Good to see you guys. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday night. We're going to look at some news updates since earlier, and then there is some new Field McConnell, and there is some new Juan O'Savin, so we'll probably dive into those. Take a little trip with me, Patriots. All right. We'll do it the hard way. Elon Musk calls for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau remaining account balance of $711,586,678 to be returned to the American taxpayers. Somebody do the math for me. Somebody go ahead and do the math. Let's see. Is there about 300-ish million Americans? I don't know how that works. But anyway, coincidentally, not long after that, this came out on Politico. Assistant Director for the Office of Enforcement, Eric Halperin, and Assistant Director for Supervision Policy, Lorelei Salas, each sent emails to their teams notifying them of their resignations. I don't think that's going to do much. I do think the money should come back to the country. I don't know that it would come back to people, but it kind of should, shouldn't it? I don't know how that'd work. But moving on, we got a little bit more. Oops. Deleting the wrong stuff. No, I'm not. There we go. So, Anna Paulina Luna is going to lead the task force on declassification of the JFK assassination records in the Epstein client list. That was announced today. They had talked about it earlier, about these 2,400 pages that were still around that were kind of covered up from everybody. If you didn't see today's earlier video, it's also weird that they found Luigi Mangione dead in his jail cell. Thought that was kind of odd. They Epsteined him. Anyway, let's see what she had to say.
With the stroke of a pen, he committed to declassifying the files concerning the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. A decision not just monumental, but pivotal. It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets. Together with the help of the White House, our intelligence allies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, we will be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs, unidentified submerged objects, also known as USOs, the Epstein client list, the origins of COVID-19, and the 9/11 files. This task force will be a beacon of bipartisanship. On the Republican side, Representatives Burchett, Boebert, Burleson, Crane, Gill, and Mace will be joining me, although I'd like to note that I'm expanding this to the entire governing body and will be allowing certain members to waive on. Our first hearing is set for March. The date will be announced soon, and we've already initiated close to a dozen communications with various agencies, to include Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State. This will no longer be a task force that makes bold promises only to fade into irrelevance or send strongly worded letters. This will be a relentless pursuit of truth and transparency, and we will not stop until the American people have the answers they deserve. We will cut through the bureaucracy, challenge the stonewalling, and ensure that the American people finally get the truth that they have been denied for too long. If we are to endure and thrive as a nation, we must restore trust through transparency. The American people must be trusted to think for themselves, to form their own judgments from the truth that they are entitled to know. We've been treated like children for too long and kept in the dark by those we elected to serve us. It is my solemn duty to begin mending this trust, to form a new relationship between the government and the governed. Let us embark on this journey together towards a government that does not serve, but one that enlightens. That does not just serve, but one that enlightens. Trust through transparency that begins.
Interesting. A bit vague, but it sounded like at the beginning there she said something like director of the Department on Declassification of Federal Secrets, something like that. I don't know if I heard that right. So I wonder if they'll go into a lot more than just Epstein, Kennedy, and these assassination files. But I think she said that her first meeting was in March, so I guess we might have to wait a little bit on those 2,400 pages. Seems like they could just put those on the internet, but that's just me. It's just So I know people are a little concerned about this side talk of these judges. So it says, what happens if the Trump White House ignores the rulings of Obama judges? How are these judges going to enforce their fake rulings that we keep hearing about? And the truth is they can't. Criminal referrals will go to Attorney General Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice, and then the Department of Justice will decline to prosecute, and it's pretty much as simple as that. So, not super concerning. Let's look at a couple Trump posts here. I'm hereby instructing Secretary Lee Zeldin to immediately go back to my environmental orders, which were terminated by crooked Joe Biden, on water standards and flow pertaining to sinks, showers, toilets, washing machines, dishwashers, etc., and to likewise go back to the common sense standards on light bulbs that were put in place by the Trump administration but terminated by Crooked Joe. I look forward to signing these orders. Thank you. It's sort of like the paper straws, right? I'm banning paper straws. FEMA spent tens of millions of dollars in Democrat areas disobeying orders but left the people of North Carolina high and dry. It is now under review and investigation. The Biden-run FEMA has been a disaster. FEMA should be terminated. It's been slow and totally ineffective. Individual states should handle storms, etc. as they come. Big savings, far more efficient. And that's something he had talked about a while back, that it's better anyway if you have local disaster relief, that people that know the areas, etc. So it does make sense. He did meet with King Abdullah II of Jordan, and he announced that the kingdom will take in 2,006 children from Gaza, and there's a little clip from that.
One of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
So
I want to tell you that, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that, what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer or other problems, and that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good, and we appreciate it. And we'll be working on the rest with Egypt. I think you're going to see some great progress. I think with Jordan, you're going to see some great progress. 3 of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping, and the whole thing will come. It's not a complex thing to do. And with the United States being in control of that piece of land, a fairly large piece of land, you're going to have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians, or the people that live now in Gaza, will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being robbed. It's like living in hell. And they're going to end up having a great home, great families that don't have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else. And I know we'll be able to work something. And what you just said about the 2,000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. but we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also with I believe, not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
Mr. President,
Man, he has gotten really tan again, hasn't he? Maybe that's all that time down in Florida. So the peace hasn't quite hit yet in the Gaza Strip, Israel area. And Trump talked about it a little bit more. And, you know, Netanyahu's still kind of doing what he wants until they get their hostages back.
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that be because that's Israel's decision. But as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday. And if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
I'm not the most fond at the sound of that, because when all hell breaks out with Israel, a lot of people die. And, you know, I get the point, and Trump's pissed. The good thing about Trump is he's not taking either side, and he's pissed at both sides, you can tell.
Mr. President, when you say all hell is going to break loose, are you speaking about retaliation from
You'll
Israel?
find out, and they'll find out too. Hamas will find out what I mean.
Mr. President,
They're going to find out what I mean. These are sick people, and they'll find out what I mean Saturday at 12 o'clock.
But no involvement.
Hamas has been a disaster. And by the way, I have to tell you that I watched the hostages come back today, and they look like Holocaust survivors. They were in horrible condition. They were emaciated. It looked like many years ago, the Holocaust survivors. And I don't know how much longer we can take that when I watch that. I know we have a deal where we're supposed to they dribble in and keep dribbling in, but they are in really bad shape. They have been treated brutally, horribly. Even the ones that came out earlier, they were in a little bit better shape, but mentally they were treated so badly. Who could take that? You know, at some point, we're going to lose our patience. When I see that scene that I saw today with people coming out of helicopters and airplanes that are emaciated, that look like they haven't had a meal in a month, no reason for that, and I don't know how much longer we can take it.
Do you mean you want to recast?
I don't know how long we can take it. When I watch people that were healthy people a reasonably short number of years ago, and you look at them today, they look like they've aged 25 years. They literally look like the old pictures of Holocaust survivors. The same thing. I mean, the same thing. And I don't know how long we're going to take that.
So, I mean, you can get why he's pissed off at Hamas right now, and it doesn't mean it's the Palestinian people's fault. And, you know, it goes back and forth with these videos. He sees this video of when the hostages that they did release the other day came out, looked skinny, like they hadn't been fed. You know, and I seen a video the other day of two supposedly Israeli soldiers kidnapping a girl from a house, like a 6-year-old girl. So these horrors and these atrocities go back on and forth on both sides. So I don't know what he means when hell breaks out. They need an intermediary force or something to get in between the other forces. I don't know how that works. This was a picture people were passing around. The one on the left is the picture released in the news about the first criminal migrants landing at Guantanamo Bay. And the one on the right is Barack Obama. And people said, man, those really look a lot alike. And you got to admit, they kind of do. They kind of do. Maybe it's a fake Barack Obama. I don't know. I'd like to see Nino's supposed, I think, new episode about an important body double being killed in the plane crash over the Potomac with the helicopter, because I really wonder about that. But moving forward here, earlier we talked about the extreme power that the media holds over us, and this video and his next couple videos it's pretty astonishing what you see and what you don't see.
Bro, can someone please tell me why this whole entire time I thought that Iraq looked like this?
I bite at the hand that feeds me. Slap.
But bro, tell me why I literally just saw a video of what Iraq actually looks like. Let me just show you.
Welcome to Erbil.
Tell me this is real. Someone, please tell me this is real. Bro, can someone please tell me why this whole entire time I thought all of Afghanistan looked like this? But bro, I just saw a video of what Afghanistan actually looks like. And there is no freaking way, bro. There is no way Afghanistan looks like this. Let me just show you. What? There is no way. Bro, can someone please tell me why this whole entire time I thought all of Ethiopia looked like this? But bro, I just literally saw a video of what Ethiopia actually looks like. There is no way, bro. Somebody tell me this is fake. Someone tell me this is not real. I'm starting to think we're the third world country, bro. Let me show you.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami.
What the Someone tell me that was not real, bro. Tell me that was fake.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it? What they want you to see, and if you're not paying a whole lot of attention, it can really, I don't know. It's kind of amazing, really. I can't wait to see the bigger changes in the media, and we're starting to see quite a few of those. All right, so let's, I think we can jump into one of these two dudes. Nothing else too big. I don't think there's anything else going on news-wise at the moment, so we will jump into, I think we'll do Juan O'Sullivan and then Field McConnell. Yeah. Yep.
have found a way around it, and we have a real treat for you. We are talking with good friends of the show, Juan07 and Matt Meck. Juan, I know you can't see him on the screen. He's having to join us by Bluetooth because of those tech issues, but we've overcome. So we will be discussing today the latest on Tina Peters and on our election system and the ongoing dismantling of the deep state. I'm really looking forward to the discussion and to the insights from these guys. Before we get into it, let me read the scripture of the day. It is 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 1 through 4. This is a familiar one to all of you, I know. It says, "Most of all, I'm writing to encourage you to pray with gratitude to God. Pray for all men with all forms of prayers and requests as you intercede with intense passion. And pray for every political leader and representative so that we would be able to live tranquil, undisturbed lives as we worship the awe-inspiring God with pure hearts. It is pleasing to our Savior God to pray for them. He longs for everyone to embrace his life and return to the full knowledge of the truth." And as this administration is driving so hard and so fast to dismantle evil that's been pervasive in our government structures, it's vital that we pray for them. We need to pray for their safety, for their wisdom, for them to be surrounded by wise counsel. We need to be praying that the moles and the rats in the inner circles and throughout government are smoked out, exposed, and thrown out. And we've said it since the election, and you may get tired of hearing me say it, but I'm not going to stop saying it. We cannot slow down. We cannot back off of any of our efforts for advocacy. We have to keep pushing harder than we pushed before. And this is the same. It's also true for prayer, right? It's absolutely critical that we support these men and women who are putting literally everything on the line to dismantle the deep state, to uncover evil, and to restore true justice to our nation. We also need to pray for the weasels and the rats in power that we can't even stand the sight of. I know several come to mind because the scripture instructs us to, not because we feel like it, but because the scripture instructs us to, and because we have no idea who the Lord may turn from a Saul to a Paul. So our job is to just be obedient in that.
Absolutely. And Danielle, these are, while we're praying for our adversaries, and we clearly know who they are now, they've never been more clearly defined than they are now. They are like cats backed into a corner. I sense a deep state sense of panic, confusion, and fear.
Yeah.
And people sometimes do very, very extreme things when they're desperate. And these people are becoming, in my view, increasingly desperate. And we have to remain vigilant and continue moving forward on the right path.
Yeah.
It is so important. This is no time to rest at this point. As you mentioned earlier, Matt Meck and Juan07, great friends of our show. Welcome both to the State of Freedom.
Hey, fun to be here. Having us both on. I think the last time we were on, I was driving a very large Grand Wagoneer. Juan was navigating, and my nephew was in the back seat. So
Y'all did so well.
And we got it done then.
Well, I
We're
can
gonna
tell you right
get it
now,
done today.
I'm here on the beach watching the moon set. The sun hasn't risen yet, but there's a great big huge moon. It's getting more and more yellow right now, and in about 5 minutes it's going to turn very blood red and disappear into the mist at the edge of the horizon here. So you guys, it's probably broad daylight, but for me it's still night.
What a view. What a view you have, Juan. Let me start right at the top here, because this has been on many people's minds. Tina Peters, I know both of you were involved in the effort and are continuing to be involved in the effort to get Tina Peters out of jail, this horrific injustice that's been done to her. The State of Freedom was one of the stream partners for the Let My Tina Peters Go event. Tell us about the event and where are we now in getting her out of jail and rectifying this horrible injustice?
I'll let you go, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say, Juan, Chris and Danielle, the aggregate numbers, Mark Cook, who had shared with me, he helped through Joe Altman graciously allowed, used his studios for the production. Mark kind of was the lead producer to get all those moving parts to work together. And because of that support, you all, the podcasters who joined in to stream that thing, the initial numbers that I was getting from them, it looks like about 2.5 million people
Amazing.
were watching that to keep certainly folks aware, because there was a misconception. I know when we were in the Virginia area, out by Dulles, and Professor Clements had joined us latter into that week after the J6s were released, and he came and stayed at the home we were all courted at. A very wonderful couple who just were offered everything for us, and they paid everything, and they allowed us to be there to host it. The effort on Tina, a lot of folks were confused in the country. They thought, well, she was released with the J6ers,
Right.
or Trump's already pardoned her, not realizing she's in a different category. One, she wasn't a J6er per se. She wasn't there detained, investigated, put through a kangaroo court and put in the DC gulag, but she was in a Colorado state court, and therefore the president can't pardon, as sort of Chris knows, certainly can't pardon a state charge. So we have made some coordinated efforts. I think I was sharing with some of the folks probably about 2 weeks ago now. Bannon called me like at 5:35 in the morning. My phone's going off, and he was frustrated about. In physics, we call it Brownian motion, right? A lot of activity, but no vector.
Yeah.
And he says, Matt, you can speak in my name. You got my authority. What are we doing to help her? So I kind of wrote him a paper and said, here's kind of things that we're looking at. Again, we're not speaking for the administration. We're not speaking for the DOJ. We don't know. It's just what we're looking at from the outside in. One was President Trump having a conversation with Governor Polis. And from what I understand, not that Trump called Polis, but a lot of the country has called him Governor Polis.
Ron, we're getting some interference from you. Maybe you want to be on mute for in the meantime.
There we go.
I think you got him. Yeah.
So his office has received a lot of correspondence on respectfully, politely saying, hey, do the right thing. If you want to bring the country together, at a minimum, release her on bond as she's pending her appeal. She's never had not even a traffic ticket. I mean, she's not a flight threat. She Gold Star mom. Do that. Second one was several very prominent attorneys in the U.S. If I mentioned these names, you would know who they are. Encourage as a strategy DOJ to sue the state of Colorado for I guess preemptive taken. I'm not a lawyer, so this supremacy clause. You've overstepped your bounds, Colorado. She was acting in a federal capacity as a federal election. Sue, and at a minimum, support do amicus briefs into the courts. And then also recommending a habeas brief, what she has filed. So she has filed, her attorneys, McSweeney, filed a habeas brief, I think to the state court, maybe even to the Supreme Court. And then the last thing, again, this is just us looking at it from the outside, no inside baseball knowledge on this, is if, as we understand, President Trump has been briefed and Elon has been briefed on the foreign interference, certainly in 2020, and why Elon told President Trump, you cannot use machines going forward, just can't. This is a computer guy, and it sounds like Mark Cook. You cannot use these things. And if that's the case, if there was foreign interference, there is a national emergency because of that, are there things that the feds can do to guess, to acquire custody of Tina as a witness with special knowledge and particular knowledge, concerned about her health, because it's only because of her that we have Mesa 1, 2, and 3. And if you watch that event on Saturday, every one of those technical experts said that was the Rosetta Stone. Without that, we wouldn't have really understood what's going on.
Wow.
Anything else you want to add?
Well, somebody decided to run a leaf blower right as we started. I apologize. You know, you're talking about the devil's minions. Let me just add this, though. You know, what's amazing, the last time Tina and I were together was right here in Hawaii. And she was a guest of Jennifer and mine for a couple of weeks while we were working on the various aspects of her case. And I got a chance to go through much of the case itself with attorneys and other folks that have some legal background. I was astonished at just how crazy the court actions and filings were all the way through this case. The judge literally tried this case in the way that he did issue his court orders and made it so that she could not present a defense. And then when went through the jury instructions, you look at it, the jury actually had no choice but to find her guilty based on the judge's instructions. So there was a lot of latitude there. And I think one of the more difficult things to watch is what the judge said at sentencing. And that was
he was horrible. He was absolutely horrible, Juan. There's no question about it. He was terrible, and it became personal with him. What a deplorable individual. I don't know where at this point, Juan and Matt, her case is on the state court appeal. I think from the perspective of a lawyer, I think it will be difficult for the federal government to be able to gain jurisdiction over her proceedings because they were all strictly state court matters and state court charges. But I do believe that there, as you all have said, there is enormous pressure being exerted, and as you all know, on the governor. And this may end up being a matter of political justice, a matter of the governor pardoning her, and what that's going to require or take to do, I don't know. But I do know that this is a horrible, horrible injustice. You know, this lady was simply exposing corruption within our electronic-based voting system, had the courage to do it, and has been persecuted mercilessly ever since then. I put this, quite frankly, on the same level as the J6 defendants, equally deplorable. And, I'm not going to rest. I'm not going to stop talking about this. And I know that you guys are not going to rest until justice is done in this case.
You know, Chris, if I could read.
Well, let me just go ahead.
I was going to say,
Go ahead, I'm
if I
sorry.
could just read a prominent attorney in the United States who, if I mention this person's name, you would know. No one would not know who this is. When he was showed the appeal, right, and wrote about, and Clemens thinks it's a great appeal as well too. So this very accomplished lawyer said, yes, it's true about the federal 22-month obligation, and it's a good preemption defense to a state prosecution. If I'd been the state judge, I would have accepted the defense and dismissed the case. I don't know if Tina's lawyers made that argument to the state court or in any appeals she has completed or have underway. She should also try to seek state and or federal habeas relief, which she's now done, on the same theory. Her lawyer should ask to meet with U.S. DOJ. I know they've been waiting for a U.S. attorney to be appointed in Colorado to see if they would file an amicus brief in support of her appeal or habeas petition or both. This DOJ should be receptive to doing that. I like to think that even if the state court system rules against her all the way up to the Colorado Supreme Court, that when she files for federal habeas, at least when she gets to the 10th Circuit, especially if she has a U.S. DOJ amicus brief in her corner, that they will grant habeas relief for her. Lord knows that if I were going to DOJ, I'd be arguing for her to get amicus support from US DOJ at all possible court levels. And what I understand is that the person who wrote that is going to be going to DOJ. So.
Yeah.
Great. That's wonderful. Juan, did you want to add to that? I know this is a little tricky since you can't see us and we can't see you.
Yeah, let me just add this one thing. As Trump has already demonstrated, he has a lot of latitude in things that he can do that have not been being exercised previously by other presidents, or at least not commonly, but he has kind of unleashed the whirlwind. And Colorado and its governor may decide to take a hard line here, but even within the Justice Department, within the relationships with the Colorado courts and the governor himself, there's a lot of room for Trump to examine various departments and budgets and hone his focus in on operations over at the Justice Department, as opposed to maybe all the states or other states. And he may very well decide to make a little bit of a career of examining what in the world is going on in Colorado. If they want to play that kind of a game, Trump has a lot of tools in the box, and he can make sure that they feel the pain for whatever positions they want to hold here.
Yeah.
So I would not want to be toying with Trump at this point in time, thinking that there's nothing he can do, and only looking at this case. There's a lot that can be done looking into Colorado that will make it very painful. The nail that sticks up stands out, and this is one of the more important issues before Trump. And I think the more they push back on just basic, sound, legal operations. Look, Tina, this is a politically inspired and motivated operation against Tina. It's a fact of life.
Yeah.
So everybody knows it. The governor in Colorado knows it. This judge had a lot of room to give room for other people to come in and put their opinion in about her situation and this prosecution. And the judge wielded his power in a very, I think, improper way. And I think this is more and more commonly understood. A 70-year-old mom with federal laws that also apply. I think he wanted to make a statement. He did. And now Trump and his team can make a statement, and the governor can weigh which way he wants to go. He will feel heat.
Yeah.
From both sides,
absolutely, Juan,
but
there's no
especially the
question.
president.
Yeah, and there are very legitimate actions that the federal government and Trump can take with regard to the election system in Colorado. There's no doubt they have jurisdictional authority to look at that because their system handles federal elections.
Well, let me add one quick thing. I want to say something really. It was funny. I was thinking about when we had Tina over here, and she walked out the front door of the house and was on the deck, and within, a second, there was the biggest whale. Usually the whales are about a half mile out in front of the house when they want to breach and go, splashing away, etc. We had a whale that was about 300 yards out, closer than I've ever seen any of the whales, because there's reefs out in front, and they don't want to do this breaching in too close. And so here's a whale closer than I've ever seen, and it's just jumping and jumping and jumping for joy, whatever. And I took that as Tina got to see that, and it was like a God moment. I'm here. we got you. She had the biggest smile you've ever seen, and was just so thrilled to get to take a break. It was her first vacation, literally, since this whole thing began. And so it was, someplace to just decompress a little bit. I took from that, there's a divine aspect to this whole thing. We've prayed with Tina extensively on this. She did what she believed was exactly what God wanted her to do. And by the way, of all the people, all the citizens in this country, Tina's the only one that got a before and after image of what's going on inside these vote machines.
Yeah.
Before Dominion did this work. No one else in the country, with all the efforts going on, got a before and after. She got it. And I think, as harsh as this has been, there's not very many people that would have held the course the way she has, and with the style that she has. She's been very resilient and determined. It's obvious why her son, made it the way he did in the service. He got that from his mom. And I think no matter what happens here, God's showing that he has his hand. That was like a personal thing for me. God's got this.
Yeah.
And when the justice system goes awry and people are trying to take this to a place it shouldn't go, it's also, she's an icon of the resistance against a system that has gone off the rails. Even if you agreed with the judicial system on some aspect of what she did as being wrong, the penalty, the judgment is completely out of whack. And the judge's justification for that was that Tina wasn't backing down. She wouldn't back down. Hey, she would do the same thing again if she was let loose. Well, they took her out of her office of clerk. And let me add one other thing. And we talked about this when I had Tina over here. I want to sue the state of Colorado for removing her from her elected office unjustly on falsehoods. There has not been a legal election in her county, Mesa County, since she was forcibly removed from office. No one else could have conducted an election in Mesa County lawfully, because the person running that election was not elected by the people of Mesa County. Their elections have been false ever since she was removed.
Yeah.
Not one person in office in Mesa County is there legally right now.
Juan, you're so right. And you have the wherewithal to do something about this. So I also want to put this little idea in your back pocket. But I believe that every other county in the state of Colorado, with citizens who are like-minded, who believe in Tina, support Tina, should come together in a class action lawsuit against the state, saying that their elections have been rigged and have been completely fraudulent because of what Tina uncovered.
Yes, I think, let's put it this way again, Colorado, if they want to be the poster child for how elections have to be run or dealt with or be the corrective actions, so be it. You want us to start with Colorado? Let's start with the illegalities, the falsehoods. Tina, let me add one more thing. One of the great groups of people, stations, Matt, you're over there at PPN, Patriot Party News. when we needed money to have a recount in Tina's race to be the Secretary of State in Colorado, which was stolen from her, we had to raise, I think it was $300,000 on a dime. I mean, literally like in 24 hours. And the listeners over at PPN, there was money that came in from a number of places, but the majority of it came in on a moment's notice with less than 24 hours from PPN. And it wasn't just one donor. It was a whole pile of donors. And they paid for this recount, which in itself, the way that they do stuff there in Colorado is they put all this weight in there to make it impossible to get a recount. We did the impossible. American people supported what Tina had to do. When they got there, Mark Cook went in and they gave no notice they were doing the recount. We found out through the back door, raced to the location where they were doing it, and saw that they did all sorts of improprieties that were totally against Colorado law. And the recount that we spent massive money for was done so against Colorado law that there's a suit there. But in trying to pick which lane to go after, we had to focus on Tina, okay?
Yeah.
There is still a major lawsuit against the state of Colorado for conducting the recount against not in compliance at all with Colorado law. And so the long and short, we paid $250,000 to get ripped off again. Colorado has so many angles where they have just literally run roughshod in order to hold power.
Yeah.
I don't believe that, I don't think the governor is in office legitimately. The Secretary of State, by the way, Secretary of State, a lot of people don't know this. She came out of the Obama administration. And there's all sorts of history with Jenna Griswold. What in the world is going on with Jenna Griswold? Why did they put her there? Why did they want her there in Colorado? They were building out there because if there was a problem with Washington, D.C., and it could be used as our national city, the fallback position was right there in Colorado with all of those facilities under the airport in the outlying hills. They were going to relocate what is our federal operations to Colorado. And they wanted all these players in the state government to help protect the new fort when they got there. There's a lot of story here that's nowhere close to been told yet. And as we get Tina out, we're not walking away from Colorado. There's a problem, and Colorado is dead center within all the elections in the country.
Wow. And one thing that's been very encouraging for me this week was to see the Trump, not that we thought that he was going to let it go, but he's not letting it go. He's not letting 2020 and the truth about what happened go. We saw him on Brett Baier this week, which I find very ironic because Brett Baier has been the captain of Let's Deny the 2020 was rigged. But he went on his show and told him face to face that the country wouldn't be in this shape if 2020 was not rigged. How do you think, at what point does this start coming into affecting these secretaries of state, these different states? Because the rig didn't necessarily happen only in a centralized location. The states had to have been a party to it.
Danielle.
Well, the elections are. Go ahead. Good.
You're right. And if you look at, I don't know if you watched Mark Mitchell this morning out of Asmussen on Bannon.
No.
And he was the most opinionated I've ever seen. And usually, he's a kind of a pollster. Hey, the numbers say this. But what the numbers said, because it was personal to him, he goes, these people, the amount of they stole money from my kids. and sending them God knows where, enriching themselves. And as he said, we're at the end of the fourth turning. We thought that would be a World War III. We thought that would be maybe a financial collapse. No, it is this. Trump and Musk have exposed, and kind of brilliant, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like maybe like in a Super Bowl, right? With the Chiefs and the Eagles, they're focusing so much on Saquon Barkley, the Chiefs didn't watch the rest of the Eagles, right? So all the fury is going against Elon, and Trump is kind of 53% approval rating because, well, Elon's bad.
He's a decoy.
But what they're uncovering, and he was just going over the numbers, people are awake, and he goes, the Democrats, and I'll be fair, the Uniparty Republicans who just want to go back to the way it was, and I'm saying back to the state level. No. You have seen I would call it a tectonic shift where people are going, we now know that the woman didn't get sawed in half. There were two in there, and we just saw how you did it, and we are not putting up with it.
Yeah. Juan, did you want to add to that?
Well, yeah, the king has no clothes. These guys are, this deep state is, people are seeing through it now. And, you know, one of the most amazing things is all this USAID money.
Yeah.
It's stunning. For example, one of the things that I passed around yesterday, 4.4 billion with a B of USAID money. So money that's supposed to be going overseas to help in various places, in fact, went for a school and water district fund in Nevada. 4.4 billion. I mean, when you think of a state budget, you're talking numbers that are the state budget for the whole state of Utah. And that kind of money was spent just on their school and water district and from USAID.
Yeah.
And what was it for? Weather control, cloud seeding.
Whoa.
What were they going to do with 4.4 billion for weather control and cloud seeding over Colorado? Supposedly to refill the reservoirs and the lake and all sorts. And that came from USAID. Does anybody over at USAID, what was the connection here to literally override a whole state budget with this money from the national side? And then, by the way, and I've talked about this since the fires in California started, we saw massive spraying, have satellite images of all this happening live, where spraying was occurring on the west side of Area 51, the most secret base in the U.S., continental U.S. And this aerial spraying was then being pushed using weather control systems that we have that are based out of that area, but we have them all across the country. And these systems are pretty unique. We can see them from the satellites, the way that they push the material in the atmosphere around. They pushed those materials to the west. This was an unusual wind event. Usually the Santa Anas, which come off the desert with the dry air and go out to sea, occur in September, October, a little bit into November. It's an annual thing. This time, here it is all the way up in January, and then the intensity was very high with 80 plus 90 mile an hour winds. It was enhanced. It was not natural or normal. And what was happening was with these wind events and with the various tools, all of this material, which was silver oxide, it appears, was pushed over the LA basin precisely. And then using other tools caused to fall out of the air on the foliage around the LA basin. Silver oxide doesn't absorb water, but it likes to be close to it. It's the reason why water droplets form. We use it for cloud seeding to, like if an airport was foggy in the early days, I remember the early tests in the 60s where they would rain silver oxide over a runway and it would cause the fog to form droplets and rain out, clearing a runway. And so when you do this and you sprayed all this material, massive amounts, and it fell over the LA basin, the other thing is this: when you have silver oxide present, if you're using a microwave type of a weapon, it becomes like a conductor and allows that energy to be dissipated into whatever it's on much more efficiently. In other words, if you want to burn trees and foliage, it's like adding fire starter to your fire. And then it burns at an even hotter temperature. The reason I'm going into all those details, who funded that? Who authorized that? You cannot work on the most secure airspace in continental America without an executive approval for those activities.
Wow.
That had to be signed for by the president to allow that activity to happen. It could not happen without an executive approval. And Biden had no idea what he was signing when I was in there. Who was in his ear? When you look at what the Speaker of the House, Johnson, said, he never once was allowed to meet with Biden without the head of CIA in the room with him. What the hell is going on over there? Yeah. And by the way, who's running those operations over there at the west side of Area 51? What was allowed to happen there? Who had the approval? Where'd the money come from? Are we going to find out that the CIA was running it through USAID and then it's $4.4 billion with a B dollars to make sure that the fires in LA burned as hot as possible?
Well, we certainly, Juan, have a right to know the answer to that question. We absolutely have a right, and it is so sinister. It blows me away how broad-reaching all this is.
But Juan, do you think that the money for that has been dried up? Or they are still funded like residually, or they still have funding to conduct these operations to terrorize the American people until the money runs out?
Well, I think the money has stopped in its flow, but have we gone out and asked for the money back? No.
Right.
You're only, if you get right down to it, we're 3 weeks into this administration, and the nose wheel is off the ground. Main gear hasn't even lifted off yet. Wait till Trump actually gets up to altitude and up to speed. We're early in these operations, and one of the things that everybody's waiting for is the other foot to drop as the first major arrests occur. We've already had a number. We've picked up a couple of spies already, but we're a ways from the main events, if you will. So everybody just needs to, as shocked as many people are with where we're at already, wait till we follow the money and find who was receiving the rest of it and under what auspices. And by the way, Matt, you might want to speak to this. There's been all sorts of false reporting about some of the folks that we deal with within the Patriot community receiving USAID money. And it's false. It's intended to cause division within our ranks and questioning. You want to answer that, Matt?
Sure. I know we saw some things where you see Joe Flynn and General Flynn and Lara Logan and others getting USAID funds. Well, Flynn is a friend. I mean, not close, but a friend. Lara Logan is a dear friend. And I shared it with General Flynn. And the person to put out there, and Juan knows this person, and he's actually a shrill for the left. said that basically Flynn and Laura got money from USAID, and Flynn said, "I can tell you," he said, neither I nor Logan ever received one penny.
Not only that, but they wouldn't take it.
They wouldn't take it. And here's where things might people see things and they misconstrue, is that if, say, Laura was going over to report on Arab Spring and CBS or somebody working with CBS got it and that helped fund that, did she get the money? No.
Right.
But you're doing things that you don't even know. It's like John Dodson said with Fast and Furious. And then I saw it up close and personal, especially when you whistleblow. As we've seen repeatedly, it's amazing how all the whistleblowers, you get all the attacks, not the people who did the crime. It's the people who call out the issue. But it's John Dodson said, I always thought we were the good guys, but now I'm not so sure. Not that good people aren't trying to do the right thing in private organizations and government.
Right.
But sometimes you get snookered by people or organizations that you trust and you think that you're doing the right thing, or you don't know what's happening. But Flynn and Laura and others, and to me, it is it's a purposeful try to divide and conquer, because right now, if you look at if folks are familiar with Colonel Boyd and the OODA loop, right? The Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. Colonel Boyd, Air Force Colonel, he created the F-16. He created the YF-17, which became the F-18. And interestingly, all the smart people at the air manufacturers couldn't make an aircraft worth a crap. And he, in his spare time, as the Air Force sent him to, I think it was going University of Georgia, he'd go in their computer labs at nighttime and make up these EM diagrams, energy maneuverability diagrams, that no other defense contractor ever even created. He had this insight. And I think right now what you're seeing with Trump and the team, and my personal comment, don't have any verification on this, the stuff we're seeing revealed, I got a feeling they knew this a long time ago. This is just being so the public can be brought along to see. You don't know how bad it is. Let me begin to show you. We're gonna ink it out. We know how bad it is.
Yeah.
Trump said we're going to go to Education Department. We're going to go to the Pentagon. There's probably a reason the Pentagon has never passed an audit.
Yeah.
Probably a
Matt,
reason.
let me ask a quick question about this. What we're talking about here, we notice, and we've been noticing year after year after year, that these politicians, they go into office, particularly the federal politicians, they make $175,000, $200,000 a year or whatever it is. And time after time after time, they leave office multimillionaires. Now, I know that there are big special interest groups that, that pay them money, private special interest groups, and as corrupt as that is, but at least, you would think those are not tax dollars there. Is there a connection, though, between this USAID, this big scandal, this massive squandering and laundering of taxpayer money, and the financial enrichment of these politicians when they're leaving
I'd say
office?
yes, if I can, Chris, and then I'll have you chime in. A couple of different things. One, interesting how before all that broke, you saw Roger Stone, who I honestly talked to Juan about this. I honest to God think he's had a sincere come to Jesus moment in his life.
Yeah, he has.
He mentioned on that show, I'm going to talk about the Kennedy assassination and so forth. Oh, by the way, the FBI just found 2,500 files that never were seen before, ever. Juan's kind of an expert on that whole thing. But he said, you're going to see people on both sides of the aisle with offshore bank accounts who were getting enriched. And then we see this USAID thing pop. So yeah, to your point, Chris, I think people are going to be shocked to see the bipartisan level of grift that's occurred in this country forever. As Mitchell said, Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen, for the last 50 years, we have been, he didn't say my word, not his, we've been screwed. The American
Our
public
money.
has been screwed.
Our money.
Our money, the money that you bust your buns for every day to earn, pay taxes on, has been used in color revolutions around the world, color revolutions here, and color revolution here, and for personal enrichment. So yeah, I think there's a tie to that. And if I can, real quickly, and I'm going to hand over to Juan. And they're still trying to do that. Ask your audience needs to ask. They need to call their representatives. Trump wants to do the Iron Dome, right? Wants to do it. Great. The concept. The American people might not know. And there's a great lieutenant general that I used to know when he was a Harrier division head, when I was the operations officer EXO at a weapons school in Yuma, MOTS 1. He's now Lieutenant General Eric Smash Austin. He heads up MCDC, Marine Corps Combat Development Command, has a lot of information on the 10 years of work between the U.S., primarily the Marine Corps, and the Israelis on the Iron Dome, right? You've got Iron Dome, got David Sling, and then you got Arrow. It's kind of a three-tiered approach to this. Also, there's DHS, DARPA, and Army's Futures Command that did something along the same lines 3 years ago. So there's a lot of the reason I'm saying this is that get your audience ticked and energized. Missile Defense Agency, which is kind of run by Raytheon and Boeing and Northrop and all those folks, they want to do this all over again because it is manna from heaven. There's going to be a boatload of money coming down instead of saying, let's leverage what we have worked with the Israelis for the last 10, 15 years. And we've gotten over the last 3 years, we got a project. 2 different projects that were started. And instead, the MDA folks, Missile Defense Agency folks, want to have a self-licking ice cream cone and suck the money in. And I can tell you, having worked in acquisition, trying to take requirements and apply them to the acquisition, in the acquisition workforce, there are some great people that are, but you can, Elon, if you're listening, you can eradicate 30% of the people and get 100% more efficient.
Yeah.
Juan, over to you for any follow-up comments.
And Juan, before you go into it, I also want to just prime the pump for if you want to talk about how this may play into tax day this year, because I think so. There are plenty of people who are steamed enough to not pay their taxes because they don't believe that they should have paid for Guatemalan transgender surgeries or the kidnapping of thousands upon thousands of children from Guatemala. Why should we pay our taxes to thieves, criminals, and clowns who have done that?
Condoms for the Taliban.
Well, back to the 80s, I knew of people, and I mean the early 80s, not the late 80s, who began to push back against the federal income tax on the basis that the federal government was using money to fund abortions, and it was unconstitutional. And so we had abortion became this issue that was this trigger. And so a lot of people stopped paying federal income tax or reporting. I knew a number of the people involved, Irwin Schiff, B. Kraft, there's a whole slew of them. And one of the key issues was the misuse of federal money on things that were unconstitutional. At that point in time, it was still early in these kinds of things, and it was a very tiny fraction of the population. Most people don't know it, but right now, today, this exact second, there's about 50 million people who, according to the way the rules are written, should be filing a federal return, who haven't filed one in 3 years or more. Think about that. So on what basis? And you don't hear about that. Are 50 million being charged with crimes in federal courts? They're not. And the IRS and related operations, because there's other stuff out there, into the banking system, they pick and choose a few people to highlight and go after in order to spook and scare the rest. The reality is there's quite a large number that are getting bigger by the hour, by the minute, who have been prevailing against the IRS, or just walking away and saying, not legal, not whatever. Why? Because the IRS is actually a private corporation based in Puerto Rico. Courts have found, I'm not saying this, courts here in the U.S. have found that the Internal Revenue Service is a private corporation utilizing government employees. How would you like to be a private corporation and then your employee workforce primarily is paid for by Uncle Sam?
Yeah, zero overhead, huh?
What a good
By the
deal.
way, Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. It's a
Right.
private banking corporation. They've been working in tandem. So let me add one more thing. When the banks are closing people's accounts because they don't like your politics, I was over in England with Nigel Farage this last summer. And one of the things that he brought up in the course of the conversation was the debanking of people who did not have political views in alignment with the people in power at the time. Think of all the people who got debanked over the last several years because somebody inside the banking system didn't like their politics. They weren't diverse enough in their understanding. They said something publicly that ticked somebody off. You're in a private banking operation, which the Federal Reserve is at the top and providing the money to under nefarious auspices. That whole thing is going to have to be unwound. And Trump has said, no more IRS.
Yeah,
Why?
he
'Cause
has
it's not
said
legal.
he has said no more IRS. In fact, Trump has made a direct connection between his imposition of tariffs and the ultimate demise of the income tax and the abolition of the IRS. In fact, it's Trump's view that the IRS in 1913, when it was established, took the place of tariffs, and which was the principal source of revenue for the government before that. So I think that Trump is very serious about ushering in the demise of the IRS. I agree with you there.
And on the topic of being debanked, our listeners may not know this, but we were removed from Stripe. We got booted off of the platform. They said we did not meet community guidelines. And thankfully, we had a backup plan with this great organization called Revere Payments. So if anyone is looking for a patriotic, God-fearing group of people who want to be who need a payment processor, just drop me a line, because Revere has been amazing. They've given me their cell phone number. These people are the real deal, but they really saved us when Stripe totally pulled the rug out from under us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, remember,
outstanding.
part of the issue here is that these systems, that you can't operate in this country without a bank. You can't cash a check. You can't take a bank.
Yeah.
So totally politically motivated to stop us from being able to function at any level, and with the full force and weight of the federal system protecting them. Well, you've been debanked. Well, it is a private group. So, they have the rights to, as a private business, decide if they want to let you bank or not. No, they don't. Not in those types of institutions, and not for those kind of reasons. That's why you have a Congress, congressional oversight, senatorial oversight at the banking committee. A lot of people don't know this, but when I was working Whitewater down in Arkansas, the agency of government that took the helm in looking at what was going on in Arkansas at so many levels was the Senate Finance Oversight Committee. And why? Because everything that was going on there was related somehow to money flow. And at the end of the day, it was actually black money being run by CIA back into accounts. All of that money going out on USAID projects, how did it get into Americans' hands clean and corporations' hands clean without understanding it was USAID money? It was coming in because they were buying offshore bonds, buying from offshore bonds in the stock market. And so in Arkansas, it was Arkansas Development Finance Authority that would issue a state business development bond. They're a private organization, but they're guaranteed by the state, by the governor only, signs the thing, putting all the Arkansas taxpayers on the hook for it. They would issue a bond. Who wrote this bond up? Rose Law Firm, where Hillary worked, where Vince Foster worked, where Webb Hubbell worked. They would create a bond for some business development project. It would be listed on the U.S. Stock Exchange in the bond market. And then people offshore would buy that bond, and the money would go into the account at ADFA, and then they would loan it to people. Well, where was the money coming from? USAID.
Wow.
All that USAID money was coming back in through the stock market, through the bond market, into Nebraska Development Finance Authority, Illinois Development Finance Authority, Louisiana Development Finance Authority, and then they were loaning it out a dozen finance authorities across the country. They were loaning it back out. First off, how much money do you pay in taxes on a loan? Zero. They were getting loans from the pseudo public private bond issuing company and for development operations. And if you didn't pay the money back, if it was actually your money, nobody's complaining because you never made a payment back. It was free and clear money. Nobody was looking.
Wow.
ADFA virtually never received one payment for any of the bonds that it issued. Billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars in bond money was paid out. So you had to pay taxes on all the money you received. They didn't pay zip. And what were they doing? Money laundering, but not just drug money. Money from the American taxpayers going out into ADFA, coming back in through the bond market. How are these people such brilliant businessmen with their $30 million homes? Because they're getting loaned back money tax-free forever.
Wow.
Pretty hard for you to compete with a business that gets free, that doesn't pay any taxes on huge volumes of money that it gets through all their friends and everybody else back through USA. And by the way, just yesterday, looking at a situation in one of the island countries, and a university here in the U.S. better be looking over their shoulder, one of the biggest ones in the country. We just figured it out. They were getting USAID money in an offshore location on falsehoods for certain discoveries that they made that USAID helped pay for. And then the money comes back in through the university system to support certain university projects. Tens and tens and tens and tens of millions on this one little tiny project. What do you think we're going to find when we roll the rock over on that baby? I'll bet you I'm going to find 100 universities getting USAID money, not in tiny amounts, for projects outside the country. How did they have all this money to be in 50 countries as a university, running all these various projects that are all costing tens and tens of millions of dollars? Money that if you had it here in the States would build whole wings of projects. They were picking the universities, giving them this money, and it was USAID, CIA money. One last little point. When in 1975, during the Church Committee hearings, the director of the CIA testified before the Church Committee, he said that every single USAID employee working in Central and South America was actually a CIA employee.
This is just extraordinary.
Think about that.
I can't even. It's just hard to wrap my arms around the level of corruption, Juan and Matt, that we're dealing with here. It is absolutely extraordinary, and it certainly explains why these nefarious actors are so panic-stricken,
Yeah.
and why they pulled out all the stops to keep Trump from getting elected. Because they knew that all of this would be coming if he was elected.
Do you think, Juan and Matt, that this extends to venture capital? Because, oops, sorry for that. I'm supposed to take my supplements. All right, we're having all kind of issues. That was my alarm.
I was about to ask you to dance.
I thought we're having a Broadway show.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought. But do you think that the venture capital funds are funded this way as well? Because they do pick the winners, right? You think about these universities, then I kind of just wonder, like the hedge funds, the venture capitalists that are backing companies that end up being the ultimate winners, right? Airbnb, Uber, Amazon. Is there a connection there, or am I just grasping?
Well, let me just answer this, Matt, real quick. One of the things that's really critical that people understand, this money from USAID predominantly, it goes to projects that favor certain people or locations. You know, again, $4.4 billion from USAID for a weather control operation over the United States, specifically run through Nevada. That's an insane amount of money.
Yeah.
It's hard to even get your mind around. But let's say that you're one of the contractors involved in that operation. The maintenance of the aircraft, the actual supply, $4.4 billion will buy a lot of silver oxide. You can't even begin to imagine that. But then also, if you know what the plan is, how that's going to be used, it's going to cause droughts, it's going to cause rain. Can you get ahead of that and benefit by that? If USAID has that much money to loan or to give grant into the U.S. system just for the weather control, how many other places are they, putting it in to promote? Remember, the money that I just mentioned in this offshore location was given in an obscure, from an economy standpoint, out of 180 countries, probably the 150th or 60th economically in the world. And then they got millions of dollars on a falsehood to pump through the university system from that island location. Why did they do it from there? Because, it just looks like they're getting help to do something from a government agency. No, they were getting money to push certain projects all the way back in their university that no sane person would ever promote. And then they're acting like the money is being donated by big money people. No, it wasn't. That was a black bag operation to money launder stuff into the university system to promote other projects that you and I would never support, and probably none of the real people investing in the university system, former students and like that, would ever promote. Somebody was getting, payoff money to do a special project somewhere. It came in on one auspices, went out on another. Yeah. USAID is going to be key to a lot of what's going on here. When you say venture capital, again, this money being laundered through people like ADFA and stuff like that, those were huge corporations that were receiving billions from ADFA and all the other development finance authorities. If you're a big business with $5 or $10 billion annual revenue, and you get $1 billion or $2 billion tax-free, I think you can afford to give a bit to a venture capital operation by a couple of friends and buddies, the children of other politicians, etc., to do some special project. Remember, watch the kids. what was going on with Hunter Biden? What's going on with Pelosi's son? What's going on with some of these other people similarly?
Soros,
the Romneys,
Chelsea Clinton.
McCain, Soros, etc. Yeah. How are those kids getting all this money favoring their special projects?
Yeah.
And it's coming from venture capitalists who think it's a great idea. You've got a real winner. Well,
It's not their
they're
money.
not paying taxes on the money they're getting. They're getting free money, and they're giving a percentage of it to certain operations on purpose. And by the way, you mentioned Soros. Soros is a British operative, British intelligence, that whole family operation out of the Bank of England. Don't be deceived by that. Soros is not his own man. That entire thing is a black bag operation for British intelligence. And we have similar stuff here. Zuckerberg is a creation of DARPA.
Yeah.
He never invented Facebook. That was called LifeLog over at DARPA,
Yeah.
Defense Advanced Research Program. He was given Facebook. Who has the authority to give somebody an operation they knew was going to be worth $1 trillion in a matter of years? Zuckerberg was given that. He's not his own man. Where did the drop boxes come from for the election?
Yeah.
You're looking at a creation of powers behind the throne you don't even know the names of, that are redirecting America in ways that we wouldn't have gone, that own the future, just like Facebook was the future. And that's only one of numerous operations.
Yeah. And I guess
Look
we
at
should.
the origins of Walmart and other operations, okay? And that's why even taking control of the helm of the ship over there at Elon's operations is an interesting little side note. So anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Dan,
No.
I was going to say
Go
before
ahead.
we wrap up, I know we're
Yeah.
about an hour and 7 into
Yeah.
this, is follow up from what we did in Virginia in January. And we,
Mhm.
after the kind of the event on Tuesday, Wednesday, we had a brief from some folks who were involved with a lot of the folks who are uncovering what happened in 2020, 2022, 2024. And if I could just leave with the audience, what we were presented was kind of jaw drop. People's jaws were dropping as networks were laid out, who's who in the zoo, names of people here in this country, names in other countries. But literally the weekend after that, so Trump gets inaugurated on that Monday, we have an event on Tuesday. Wednesday, we have these briefs. And then by that weekend, they all go quiet because, from what we understand, DOJ's involved. They know, as Juan will say, 2020, it ain't over yet, and neither is 2022 or 2024.
Great.
I'll leave a little tidbit we got in this presentation. And Juan, any final comments you want to give? They said, and Kamala was so confident, right? The day before, everything's going to be fine. And this gentleman who was presenting to us, who has presented to a U.S. attorney, a senior FBI agent, Elon Musk, everything, said, about 9 o'clock at night, they thought something on the 2024 election. They thought something was going to happen, and it didn't.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Well, the one thing I want to say is this. So we have the persons and the details, everything needed to establish in a world court, as well as a U.S. court, that the 2020 election was stolen. Let me add this. Those people have stated when interviewed that they turned the elections in 72 countries during this 2 decades that they were in operation. So think about that. 72 countries have leadership up and down in the ballot who are not representative of them. The people put in power were not the people they elected. They're the people that were selected, and their choice was overridden. we have a lot of work in front of us. So when we show that 2020 was a stolen election and you had 4 years of senior leadership in America, not just the presidency, that were not the will of the people, and all of the insanity that happened over those years and other elections prior to that, we have to go out once we get our situation under control and revealed, and go back out and help all of those countries regain control of the helm of their ships of state. One of the most egregious and dangerous and most disconcerting is South Korea, where their president and a number of the people who would have come into office after him are all sitting in jail. And they're in very, very tenuous circumstances. I'm very concerned about the health of the now former president of South Korea. And the reason that he was put in jail is because he did an operation based on Korean law. The only way he could go in and get to the election system was during a period under martial law. And so they did a 24-hour martial law to get access, but they unfortunately went to the wrong areas, didn't have perfect information going in there. So he is now sitting in jail, just like they would have had Trump in jail if they'd succeeded here. And this is one of our most crucial allies, the gateway to Japan and Southeast Asia. And China's operatives now are firmly in control of the operations in South Korea. We've had deployments now since Trump got into office to reinforce our bases in South Korea. This situation in South Korea is crucial, and it's the same crew who stole the election in the spring of 2024 in April, as we're trying to steal the election this time around with Trump, and stole it 4 years ago and put Biden in office. This is a world crisis on the vote stuff. Just because we get things under control here in the state somewhat doesn't mean it's over. You got the whole world. And 2020, it's not over yet.
Danielle, can you personally brief this, just so I can reinforce? This is people who briefed Elon and everybody else and said, early voting, do not do it. No, 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 no. The only reason Trump was able to overcome that because was the sheer numbers, right? It blows the algorithm out. He goes, but as an example, and I'll just leave you with this, he cited Maricopa County in 2020. The steal actually occurred 18 through 21 October. That's when it all happened. He said, please do not early vote. Terrible. You are telling, because remember, in the electronic election management system, when you read the registration, it's all tied in there. When you tabulate even early, it sees how you voted. They know how you voted. They know what is that trajectory they got to get on, that set point, to get to the result they want. But again, Maricopa 2020, the theft, bulk of it occurred 18 through 21 October.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Gentlemen, there is an awful lot of work left to do, but I think that our man at the helm is up to it, as are
And that
we.
man up there.
Yeah.
And that man ultimately, and we will get it done. It's such a pleasure to have you guys on the show always. Before you go, I want to remind our listeners this Thursday, and Matt, this will be of some interest to you. As a military man, we're going to have Stephen Simmons on the show to talk about Trump's rescission of the dismissal of service members who refused to get the COVID shot, reinstatement with back pay, and what an issue that begs for justice. That'll be this Thursday, so make sure that everybody tunes into the State of Freedom. Gentlemen, as
That'll be
always,
wonderful.
such a pleasure.
I'd love to see Tommy Waller get back in because he was forced out.
Yeah.
What a good man. What a good man. We love you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right.
God bless you all. Juan, go have a coffee.
All right. See you,
Coffee
folks.
and a cookie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's coffee. No cookie. I'm on cookie.
I'm having some coffee. So is Juan with Matt Meck and Chris and Danielle. pretty good episode. I apologize about the audio. I'm not really going to mumbo jumbo around too long, because I know it's getting late, and we still got this episode of Field McConnell we're going to put on, so we might as well jump into that. I was talking to my brother earlier, trying to figure out what was going on, because he said he's seen something about Rod Blagojevich getting pardoned, and I thought he had already been pardoned out of jail, but he said something about him getting his record cleared up. I don't know. Maybe that's some good news for Illinois. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into our episode so we can get on with it, guys. Here we go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Field McConnell in the house. So please, everybody, there is a picture on the wall that says Field McConnell. Please put your questions underneath there. If you want to raise your hand and ask him a question at some point in this podcast, please feel free to raise your hand and I will unmute your mic. Also, too, everybody, again, I like I say, I probably sound like a broken record, but please be careful who you listen to, who you follow, what you're putting into your mind. We had a podcast yesterday with Captain Kyle, and we were all saying the same thing. There's a lot of trash going on out there, and a lot of doom and gloom, fear mongering. So please, everybody, watch who you are following. A lot of these people are being exposed. So just, again, I can't say it enough. Be careful who you're following, everybody. Also, to know, if you get a random text saying it's from me or Tim, one of my moderators right here, please block and report them. Let us know. It is not us. We will not randomly reach out to you guys and ask you if you're ready for the scare event, talk to you about finances or crypto. More than likely, it's a scammer or an imposter. So please, seriously, the scams are out there. People are getting taken for a lot of their money, and the stories are really, really sad. So please block and report them and let us know so we can make sure they're not here in the channel. Also, too, everybody, I did put on the wall. Many of you have been reaching out to me asking where you can find the podcast or, social medias. All of that stuff I put on the wall. The website's there. The email is there. But again, I'm going to say it right here. And as I do, I say it on every podcast. You can follow us on the podcast hosts, which are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, and Amazon Music. Social medias are right here. The Revival of America on Telegram, Jenny Jareed Facebook, blue checkmark, at Jenny_Jareed X, at J Jareed Rumble, Green Arrow, and Twitter has a blue check mark, as does Instagram, and Instagram is at J Jareed. True Social still waiting to get verified, and that is at J Jareed. And then TikTok, that's the official J Jareed over there. So follow that one, because we're trying to put some more content on TikTok. We're trying to get that one to grow as well. A bit of a different audience over there, but they are putting out a lot of truth and a lot of good stuff over there. So if you guys aren't over on TikTok, I would suggest you guys check it out, because they are putting out a lot of good stuff out there for you. Also, too, everybody, if you have a journey or a story you would like to share, please reach out to me at the Revival of America at yahoo.com. Because remember, everybody, your stories, your voices matter. And your stories are really going to help shape our new world that we're about to come in. Well, we've already kind of stepped into it, the golden age, as Trump always says. So definitely don't be afraid. Many people have been nervous to tell their stories or wanting me to hold on to their their recordings before I release them. Some just didn't want me to release them. So that's okay. But I highly, highly encourage you guys to share your voices because, again, your voice matters. My tagline is stand up, speak up, stand up. What is it? Stand up, speak out, be heard. There you go. And then also, too, go sign up for the newsletter, everybody. That is free. It is on the website, and that is the revivalofamerica.com. It gives you the latest updates on the podcast as well as the weekly show lineups. So please do that if you haven't already done that. And yeah, we'll get started here shortly, everybody. Field will be on hopefully here soon. And then we have John Baxter today at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I'm crossing my fingers. Juan did confirm with me today that we were going to be able to have a recorded session for a podcast today. So that should be cool. And when I get it uploaded, I will put it up on the wall as well. So with that, everybody, we'll hang out here and we'll wait for Field to come in. And just want to say, how are you, Tim? Did you? Oh, there's Field right there. He came in muted. Oh, hi, Field. Are you there, Field? Push the blue button, Field.
Yeah, I pushed the blue button and it turns green. So I'm
Hi.
fine. How's the potato chick?
She's amazing. How's the Little Rip Potato Man?
Oh no, potato chip. I've in my own mind, I'm very special. I know I was born a male, but I'd prefer to be for your show, which brings up another thing. Your show is having another impact because twice in the last week, I've been asked to do shows elsewhere, and one of them, as you know, I accepted because Mark Z was keeping. He was funneling traffic to me while I was in jail and stuck in Florida, and I'm going to stick it to the judge and the governor of Florida and the governor of Wisconsin, because up until October 1st of 2024, they could do anything they want. But these, I'm being polite now. I didn't say fucking weirdos. These weirdos, they think that they can create the law. And now in today's news, I see some type of a Christian pastor down in Tennessee, and I think it might have been Chattanooga, who is encouraging his churchgoers to perform physical violence. And I'll respond to that by leaving a comment on that. But I mean, when a Christian pastor is suggesting that physical violence is called for, whatever happened to turn the other cheek? And not that I'm staring at the pastor's rear end, but he looks like he has at least 4 cheeks, 2 of them rather robust. Over to you, potato chick.
Oh my gosh, you always have me cracking up, Field. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I saw that post this morning. I kind of breezed through it, but yeah, crazy things are happening out there, buddy. I was just telling the audience before you popped in here to everybody be careful who you follow, as I always say, right? So yeah, well, go ahead.
Well, that brings me back to I'm going to do a show with Mark Z on Wednesday night. It's called Whiskey and Wisdom. I use a whiskey equivalent, and he dispenses the wisdom. So, but I don't want to do any more shows. I mean, if I do the Jenny show once a week, I think that suffices from my perspective, because it goes to 100 countries, and I'm sure that your name and my name are getting out there. And that, well, I just ran down the list of people in the chat room right now, and it's quite a long list. So, and the guy that contacted me through a third party asking if I'd like to be on PPN, which I think is some network. I don't even know. But I really don't want to contradict something I promised you, Jenny, out of pure respect, not any request at your end. But I don't, if suddenly people are becoming aware of the level of the atrocities performed against we American taxpayers, my question to them is, what took you so long? And now that many of you are coming around to understanding how we've been treated by the Vatican Jesuits and the fake royals of England, I really think that by putting out a message whenever you want, Jenny, that will be sufficient for me, because I'm an old geezer. And yeah, that's right, an old geezer. But, sometimes I can get into the fuck you Marine mode. And when I say that, it puts the somewhat intelligent bad guys on notice that they're outgunned, outbrained, and they're going down. It's a pleasure to see. I don't wish bad luck on anyone. I've had plenty of bad luck myself. And, 4 years ago, I had some really unfortunate thing happen. But, it's time to press on, go forward, spread the truth, and then watch Trump do his magic, which brings me around to whoever's in charge of the Federal Election Commission. Now, if that was Camel Toe, it would have been the Federal Erection Commission. And boy, can that woman Camel Toe make erections stand down rapidly. But the person, yeah, isn't it great when somebody has a vocabulary and knows how to sling it?
Oh my goodness, you crack me up, Field.
Well, no, and I know that, and then that's good for you because you're sort of in a high stress position. And if you can get a few laughs while we're putting these dummies out on the doorstep for Tuesday pickup, well, what's wrong with that? I mean, we are victorious already. And I am neither a pastor or a clergyman. And some people would say that I'm something vastly worse, and that rolls off my back. But you know, if we have victory, it's victory in Jesus. That's the only place that victory can come from universally. But I see it happening everywhere when all these people, like the woman in charge of the Federal Electric, he needs an electric chair. No, the Federal Election Commission, she's dictating to Trump what he can and cannot do. Apparently, she's got her head up her derriere and she hasn't seen what he's already done. And I challenge her. I can't think of her name right now because I just ate and I might vomit. But she needs to come to grips with the new American Republic. This is not, and I'm compelled to say this, but it saddens me to say that from 1871, when they had the Organic Act, or as Camel Toe thinks, the Orgasmic Act, but from 1871 until October 1st of 2024, we were not a free nation. We are now, and we have freedom of speech. And I'm sure that there'll be several other chances during this show for me to demonstrate what freedom of speech sounds like. Over to you, Jenny.
Well, you know, Field, and to your point, I just kind of want to let everybody know I do get my analytics and stuff like that for different of these hosts, you know, or social medias. But just on one of the hosts within the last 60 days, 45 to 60 days, we have had over 2 million new viewers just watching and listening to these shows. So we are making some noise, everybody. It's huge. That's just one of the outlets that my podcast is on. That's just one. So that tells you that's on one outlet. And as you hear, I'm on iHeartRadio, Spotify. I'm everywhere. You can't not find me, right? But that is just one of the hosts that hosts my podcast. So that's huge. So that's why I say, everybody, if you gotta have a story or a journey, your personal story, your journey, whether you're a J6er, you know a J6er, I don't, you know, somebody about the children, whatever it may be, it doesn't even have to be related to, you know, the COVID situation. If you just have a journey that you want to share and your voice heard, please reach out to me, because I'm telling you, people are listening to the podcast, and your stories, they are going to help shape our new world and how we can get out from underneath all this bullshit. Like, you know, Field always talks about, we as American people have been raped and pillaged, and it's not going to happen like that anymore. So I want to thank all of you as the audience members for coming here and wanting to know the truth, and giving, you know, the audience, not the audience, but the guests, the opportunity to tell their stories. So, you know, because of you guys, that's how the revival of America can stand. So I appreciate all of you guys. And of course, my guests as well for being here. So again, Field, thank you always for gracing us with your amazing presence every Monday. Because trust me, you are very, very loved. And I get messages on it every week about you. People are just so glad that they have found you.
Well, I'm glad that Tracy Caffey allowed you to find me, because you're the best thing that ever happened to me. And that was a song by Ray Price, who died about 4 years ago in Mount Pleasant, Texas. And at the whatever you call that, I guess it's the bridge between verses. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love old music, and I don't love old politics. I would like to do what Jesus Christ did when he walked into the temple of the money changers. And he did not act like who he was, the savior of the world. He acted like a man, which he was also. And he didn't say, excuse me, you money changers, would you please get out of the temple? No, he didn't. He turned the table over, and he probably he was never in the Marine Corps, but he was certainly much more powerful than any brigade of Marines that ever went into action. There's only one God, there's only one Jesus. I don't know why there's 50 different religions, and that's just among the Christian, whatever you want to call them, sects. That's SETCS, not SEX, which is a delightful subject we don't have time for. But I want to give you a compliment, Jenny. What you've created here at the Revival of America. And I'm going to ask you a question if I don't forget, because sometimes I talk so much, I forget where I'm going. Let me go right to the question for you, Jenny. The place that had 2 million viewers recently, was that in North America, Europe, or where?
No, that's just that's worldwide. So that's it's probably majority of it probably here is in probably Canada, America, Australia. The people that can understand English a little bit better, because I'm just just in English. It's not in Spanish or any other language yet. But that's those are the places like New Zealand, Australia. I get to see kind of the percentage of where they're being listened to at. And these are the places that is being listened to the most. And I think it's probably maybe because of a language barrier, but we are worldwide, whether it be 5%, 15%. I do get those analytics every month sent to me on all of these locations. And it's huge. I mean, that's just one location that I'm telling you about within the last 30 to 45 days. That's a huge number, everybody. So when I say, we're getting the word out, we're making some noise. We are making some noise, and we're making the right kind of noise, everybody. We're bringing the right stuff. We're not bringing the bullshit minutia, just fear mongering. We're not doing any of that, because I'm not about the fear. I'm not about the negativity. I'm all about positive vibes, right? So we're bringing it. So I just wanted you to know that feel too, because, you are a part of the podcast, and, people, they're listening, their ears are open. So people are hungry for the truth.
Well, I got to tell you that the last time I was on your show, and every show is, from my perspective, keeps getting better and better, not because of me or you, Jenny, but because of the nature of the questions that come from the chat room. But just to demonstrate the potential power, and I'm saying potential because it may or may not be accurate, but so what? I'm going to let her rip, even if I wasn't allowed to. When I said on your last show, okay, those fuckers, I'm going to get them. Here it comes. I said on your last show, I said, if I were Mitch the Bitch McConnell or Lindsey Fagstick Graham, I'd get out of the Congress and get out of the continental U.S. while you still have a chance. And the very next day, Mitchie Poo fell down a stairway and he had to be in a wheelchair. Hey, you're lucky the Marines didn't come for you, Mitch. When you were in the Army, you did something of a homosexual nature that got you kicked out of the Army, but you found a safe place. It's called the U.S. government. Yeah, they like all sorts of reprobates. My sister was one, past tense. That doesn't mean she's cured, but I think she's been dealt with. We're going to deal with all of them. And when I say we, that's a broad brush, but it certainly includes all of the military white hats that are faithful to the Constitution and serving the best president of which I'm aware. And during the election, pardon me, Camel Toe, if you're listening, I said election, not erection, so sit down. The 1956 election, I watched it on TV, black and white, with my mom and another lady. And I'm not saying I'm a lady, I'm saying there were two ladies and me in the room. But this country is getting so vastly improved at lightning speed. I can't do anything except say I absolutely love and adore Donald and Melania Trump. And Donald's family goes back to some element of royalty in Scotland. And my last name is Scottish, and Mitch McConnell should change his name to Susie Q and get the fuck out of the McConnell family before I get irritated. But, and Lindsey Graham needs to take a hike too. When he was in the Air Force Reserves, he overstated his job description and he immediately got called on it. I mean, I almost said a really vulgar term, but I stopped myself. But, you know, if he looks in the mirror, Lindsey Graham, he probably sees a vulgar term. He doesn't even see his candy ass face. Over to you, Jenny.
Oh my goodness, I'm just laughing over here. Well, speaking of, that we're seeing a lot of changes. I don't know if you watched any of that Super Bowl last night, but I'll tell you what, they were promoting unity right off the bat, and they were talking about God, the prayers from the coaches, the teammates. I mean, it was such a different Super Bowl, not like the halftime show. Definitely not, the demonic that we've been seeing for the last 4 years. But wow, you want to talk about patriotism and unity? I was kind of I was happy to see that, but I was like seeing all these stars in these commercials, and I'm like, they're just putting it in our faces. Like I mean, I get it. The stars, I feel like there was a star in every single one of those commercials, from Kris Jenner to Chris Helmsworth to, like, I don't know. It was a trip. Did you watch any of that, Field?
The legitimate answer is yes. I watched most of the game. I don't pay attention to, and it's obviously a mistake on my judgment, but I didn't see any of the halftime stuff. And I'm not going to cry like a little baby, but I'm so busy that nobody in their right mind, including you, Jenny, or Tracy, or any of the viewers, none of you can believe how busy I stay, but I'm sort of different or unconventional. I go out and look for little tidbits of truth, and then I broadcast them on your show. And I've also started recently leaving some rather in-your-face comments on YouTube's or your show, whatchamacallits, archives, I guess. But I just want to stop right now and say, for all the favorable things you said about the Super Bowl, all of which I agree with and learn from, pardon me for coughing, I'm not going to cough much today. This was the first time a United States sitting president ever went to a Super Bowl. And now the thing that no one can imagine what's coming next. Well, here it comes. Yes, America is rebounding. Yes, America's been saved by God first and foremost, and Donald Trump and his wife, Melania. I didn't pronounce that right, Melania. And she's descended from Russian royalty. And when Russia ceased to be a prosperous nation and some form of Christianity was taking its place, the Romanov family, from which she descends, she's 2 generations younger than the 5 Romanovs, the husband, the wife, and 3 of the 5 children were killed by the radical Russians back in 1918. Well, I'm speaking to the world now. The United States is a very powerful nation. And I mean, if somebody just looked at me and noticed my big mouth and the fact that I'm alive, yes, this is a free nation. We're free to speak. And we don't think of ourselves as the only game in town, because there's no such thing as a Native American. There's some Indians and there's Native Canadians, but even they came across from Russia through the Aleutian Islands, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am mistaken, you'll just have to say it's because I'm only 132nd Indian, Cherokee, if you want to know. But everybody in the world has been welcomed into the United States, and all the United States has ever asked is to do it the right way and don't come in illegally, because when we had candy-ass presidents, you could come in all day long. Just last week, or maybe yesterday, I read where the city of New York spent $59 million putting illegals in luxury hotels. Well, I served the military for 26 years, and I've served the United States of America since I was 17. So that's 58 years. They've never put me in a luxury hotel, and I wouldn't go there. That's not what I'm about. What I'm about is inclusion, mutual respect, love, and faith. And if you have faith in God, and you can call him, the Muslims call him something else, but and so do a lot of other religions. But I've been in India, I've been in Kazakhstan, I've been in Russia, I've been in the Middle East. There's only one God, and God loves every single one of us, even those that don't yet, keyword yet, love him. Over to you, Jenny.
Amen. And that is for sure. So thank you for that, Field. And everybody here, if you guys want to ask Field a question, please feel free to raise your hand. I will unmute your mic and you can ask Field your question. Field, I know you messaged me and you wanted to talk about the murder. I don't know, what was it? Something about the Reagan airport and the murders or something, and then something about the helicopter. Did you want to touch on that before we went into questions?
Yeah, sure. But we did that in the last show too.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, don't feel less worthy because you can't remember, but that was the subject matter. Hey, we're both busy, Jenny.
Oh, you have no idea. Well, yeah,
you
do have an idea.
No, I know what happened, and I've spoken about it, and I challenged last week on your show. I challenged any member of the United States government who wants to correct me, and I used the key word, you'll recognize it now. I said, if I've erred, ERRED, please give me a call, because you people that are white hats or in the legitimate intelligence agencies, you know whom I am, and I never shy away from using my name or anything else. Field, F-I-E-L-D, McConnell, M-C-C-O-N-N-E-L-L. And the source of my name, and I'm not a boastful Christian, I'm a recovering sinner, but my name is in Matthew 13:38. It says, the field is the world. And just what I said about 209 nations being welcome into America, we benefit greatly. We as American citizens benefit greatly from people that come from other nationalities or even countries. And the prime example of that today, off the top of my head, is the new director of the FBI. And, America loves everybody. And sadly enough, not everybody loves America, but they'll get used to it. The Canadians are getting used to it. The people in Greenland are getting used to it. And I promise right now, Jenny, I promise that I will host and basically provide the seed money for a conference in Dallas. And I picked Dallas because it's centrally located in the U.S. It's got really good airline service. It's got a wonderful hotel, and I'd like to have a conference that I'll get started money-wise, and then Jenny and very few others can nominate presenters, one of which off the top of my head, two of which, I guess my head works pretty quick, 107 and John B. Wells. I've worked with both of them a lot. And I think the third person I've worked with the most would be the tandem of Tracy and Jenny. And Jenny, I think, oh, this is going to be an interesting choice of words. I think the penetration of your show is remarkable. So let's keep it going, and let's welcome everybody to America if they just ask permission. And I'm not being a jerk. My wife was from England, and she asked permission to come here. And then because of my whistleblowing, the Customs and Border Protection people wouldn't let her back in, even though she was my wife. That didn't go very well for them, because there used to be a bunch of candy-ass military generals, and this is nothing new to anyone in America that's paying attention. but I've identified the most egregious, worthless maggots in the senior positions of the United States military. And I'll just mention one of them, who's one of the worst examples I know. Shalish Kashvili. Good luck trying to spell that. He was the son of a Waffen Nazi. I think that's the correct word, Waffen. He was the son of a Nazi, and he was in charge. He was the commander in chief of the United States Army. Well, fuck that shit. Get out of my country. Go back to, if you think Germany's so good, why don't you go where George H. Bush went? Because George H. Bush, I said douche. That's sort of like douche. Well, that's appropriate. George H. Bush, or whoever the guy was, that old geezer, he was a Nazi. He was a pedophile. He was a traitor. And his right-hand man was my sister, who was not a man, but she liked women. So that made her close enough. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. All right, everybody. Oh, you know what? One quick question for you. I had an audience member. We had a show yesterday with Captain Kyle, and she had a question regarding the MH370. So her question was, what happened to, 'cause I told her I would ask you, what happened to the people on that plane? So I said, I'll let Field explain that again tomorrow on my show. So do you want to elaborate on that for the audience member regarding the MH370?
Yes, and first of all, Jenny, I think you know that even though I'm colorful, I hope you don't think I'm egotistical. But
no, you're good. I love your transparency. I love your honesty. I love it. I sit back here in the background and I just laugh.
Oh, you're gonna laugh because right now I'm wearing a transparent Depends, and that way I can see when it's time to change. Okay. Anyway, MH370, that's so simple. I mean, it's simple to me because I've been saying the same thing. Well, on the morning of the 9th of March of 2014, I put out a YouTube that was 5 minutes and 40 seconds long that explained that what happened on the 8th and 9th of March of 2014 was this. Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 took off roughly on time from Kuala Lumpur on a flight plan that went to Beijing, and the aircraft turned around, and I'm going to slow down my speech because this is critical. When it got to an intersection or a waypoint on the way to, well, it was between Malaysia and Vietnam at this point, it got to Bitod, BITOD. That's a waypoint for overwater navigation. Well, when it got to Bitod, the aircraft, MH370, and watch this, Jenny, because it's going to show I'm lucid, the registration number, which was written on the nose gear door, was 9M-MRO. Well, MH370, reaching Bitod, did a 180-degree turn and initially looked like it was heading back to the departure city, Kuala Lumpur. And it's my opinion, and I've stated a long time, it's always consistent. I was concerned that when they turned at Bitod, they were going to go back to Kuala Lumpur and try to do some shock and awe with the Petronas towers, Petronas, Petronas. And maybe some people with more brains and more power and more authority than me thought the same thing, because there was a multinational air defense exercise going on that evening and early morning involving Vietnam, Thailand, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, and I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. I didn't say America yet, did I? That's how this got solved. And once again, okay, so what? It was Americans. That doesn't matter because my family came from Europe. My wife, Denise, was from England. I'm not one of these proud and ill-informed Americans. I try to be humble. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. That was a Mac Davis song. What a great songwriter and singer. Okay, so anyway, the United States Air Force in the vicinity of Thailand witnessed MH370 doing a U-turn and heading back towards Kuala Lumpur on a direct course to Kuala Lumpur. Well, I don't know if they had official permission. I think they probably did, but with it or without it, Americans spring into action and take care of business. And so they took control of MH370 by using a back door on the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot. And okay, who hijacked it at BITOD? Here it comes, Serco, SERCO. That's a corporation that began in England and then migrated to cooperate out of England and France. And their mission was to take over the world, their self-granted mission. Well, fuck them. My wife Denise and I went to the Serco headquarters in Hook, UK, and had our picture taken right in front of their building with Serco very clear in the field of view. Notice I said field of view, not Denise of view. And if anybody wants to view Denise, come with me to heaven and I'll introduce you. But Serco, they really, I mean, to this day, there's a Serco America. Okay, Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, you two senators, when you get out of America, would you take Serco with you? Because they don't recognize that the United States is a melting pot that welcomes everyone, loves everyone, and will kick the ass of anyone who attacks some friendly nation. Right now, today, there's 209 friendly nations that love the United States. But back to MH370, when the AWACS aircraft, which is a airborne electronic air superiority weapon that most other nations don't have anything as sophisticated, they took it upon themselves to commandeer MH370 via a back door in the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot. And the people from England, and I'm not bad mouthing England, my wife was from England and I loved her and I love England. I just don't like your fucking government. And your number one troublemaker over there, Prince William, who's married to an apparent woman with a baby bump. Well, if you're a real woman, why do you need a baby bump? But anyway, that's for another day. He is the biggest stockholder in Serco, and it's hard to believe, but on the early morning of 9 March of 2014, Prince William was in the Maldives, Maldives, which is south of India and just a little bit north of the super secret, well, until I started blabbing. There's a base called Diego Garcia, owned by the Brits, operated by the Americans, and with a population of Israeli, perhaps intelligence people, or maybe some military people. I do not know the answer to that. But when the United States AWACS aircraft took control of MH370, there were already 239 dead people on the aircraft. I believe there were 227 passengers and 12 crew members. And the nature of their death, and it might sound like I'm trying to lay the foundation for a tribunal. Well, as a matter of fact, I am. So get over it. That's what we Americans do. Not everybody on that airplane was an American. Most of them were not. But we still protect innocent people. And there are some of us that will go to our death before they see a little girl or a little boy abused for money, which happened all the time during the Obama, the Biden, and previous to that, the George H.W. Bush administration. And if those motherfuckers think they got away with it, those motherfuckers are fucked. There, chance for a laugh there, Jenny. Okay, never mind. She didn't laugh fast enough. Yeah. Well, anyway, the airplane turned because the Americans, when they took it by the back door, which reminds me of another thing the United Kingdom royals have in common. A lot of those backdoor guys are backdoor gays, but that's another subject. It went on a direct route to the southern tip of the Maldives because they knew that Prince William and his apparent wife were there, and they wanted to show what America's all about. So they flew over the southern tip, turned left directly to the south to Diego Garcia, and they landed there under remote control of the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot that had been reprogrammed by the American AWACS aircraft. And it landed safely, and it taxied into a hangar which would protect it from aircraft or satellite surveillance. And it set the parking brake. Once the parking brake was set, the engines were shut down remotely, and that occurred at 0611. How's that for precision, Jenny? And these dumb fuckers don't realize that they're had, and they are had. But now the British, the Americans, and the Israelis had a joint problem. Okay, everybody on the aircraft's dead. We have possession of the aircraft. We're going to look like we participated in doing it. I'll go to my death defending all three of those nations. They did not do it. Serco started it, and the United States of America finished it after Serco killed all those people. And how did that happen? Okay, I happen to know that too. And when I say I know it, I'm not blowing smoke or anybody else. The Boeing uninterruptible autopilots, when it's triggered, it can be triggered remotely or it can be triggered from a device on the aircraft, like somebody with a laptop, but it was done remotely by Serco. And what happens when you trigger the autopilot, the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot? It arms several things. And it disables other things. It disables every single form of communication on the aircraft, or so they thought. When I say so they thought, I'm talking about Serco, the biggest company you never heard of. Go look at the YouTube. That's what the title of the YouTube is, the biggest company you never heard of. Okay, so when they triggered the autopilot, it shut down all the communications, well, except for two, and I'll get to that if I remember. Jenny will remind me. It also arms ARMS. It arms the air tranquilizing infuser, ATI, and that is a device that feeds or can feed if commanded to do so, and it was on the morning of 9 March of 2014. It puts a colorless, odorless, tasteless gas into the pressurization system of the host aircraft, and it's got 3 different settings that I'm aware of, and I think there's only 3, but that's an I think, not an I know. But one setting is calm them down, that's relax, so nobody gets nervous, because the flight attendants and the captain or the cabin crew, the cockpit crew, they would let everybody know that their aircraft has been commandeered, but don't worry, because we'll figure this out, which I'm speaking now as a long-term airline captain, because I flew a lot over both the Pacific and the Atlantic with large aircraft, DC-10s. And, I would, because of my responsibility and position and maybe my mindset, there's a great quote from the Civil War, or the whichever war, no, it wasn't the Civil, the War of 1812. A naval ship commander down near New Orleans, south of New Orleans, he said, "I will find a way or make one." What a great leader. And this is probably the first time his identity has been shared since 1812. I will find a way or make one. What that means to Serco is grab your ankles, here it comes, because I don't give a shit about rules or protocols. I'm going to put you guys out of business because you tried to put the United States of America out of business. So anyway, when they landed safely and set the parking brake at 6:11 a.m., how's that for precision, Jenny? At 6:11, they set the parking brake. The flight attendant did not appear at door 1L, which stands for the most forward door on the left side of the aircraft. And so the Brits, the Americans, and the Israelis that were out there decided to open the door, even though they knew that there'd be a inflatable slide that would be triggered. And so there was some danger in what they did, but they did it. And then they went into the aircraft and they were saddened and surprised to see 239 corpses. Now I'm going to stop right there, Jenny. Is that what the lady wanted? How did did she want to know? Oh, okay. Then I think I gave you a good enough long-winded answer, didn't I?
You did great. And everybody, Field does talk about this a lot on these shows, and it's like, it's the repetitiveness, for people to hear it so they can absorb it and understand it. It's a lot. So for me to explain that, like Fieldwood just did, I could not have done it like that at all. I mean, we do talk about it a lot, but it's better. I wanted Field to talk about it because there's so many people out there that are talking about it now. I find it pretty interesting that they're, talking about it as if we've talked about a particular individual on here, Field has, as if it was his whistleblowing his story, right? So I wanted Field to give that explanation because I think it's very imperative that people know that Field is the original whistleblower on a lot of these things, 9/11, Serco, MH370, SES. So I appreciate you giving that detailed answer because a lot of people are confused on that. So I appreciate that. You did great. Thank you, Field.
Yeah, remember the devil is in the details, and I don't work for the devil, and I'm not bragging, but I work full time for God and Jesus and the people of the global community. Period. Over to you, Jenny.
Amen. Amen. All right, everybody, we're going to go into some questions. And real quickly, Heal today, I see that you sent me a message on the wall, on the chat wall. If you could email me regarding, I know you want to tell your story on my show, please email me at therevivalofamerica@yahoo.com and we will get in contact with you and make that happen. And then Hermano, I saw you were on here. Everybody, I forgot to tell you, SGN it will be on here on Thursday. So just wanted to give you guys that heads up as well. So with that, everybody, we're going to go ahead and go into some questions. So Mary G, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, sweetheart. Hey, Field. Good to get picked again. I normally
think the car door is open.
I'm driving. I'm at work. I'm at Ford Motor Company working, and I'm driving. So I'm multitasking right now, Field. Got a question for you. I go to my mom's on Fridays. She's 97, and all of us kids stay with her. She gets to stay at home, but we get to stay with her.
Real quickly, Mary, Field, can you hear her? Because we have that beeping in the background. It's kind of giving a lot of feedback. Can you hear her, Field?
Yeah, but not very well. So if she can't make the sun go away, maybe she can deal with it and then come back.
I put the seatbelt on. That's what was dinging.
Thank you.
Anyway, I saw, and I see a lot of military because Mama lives in the very center of Kentucky. Okay, a little small town in Kentucky, and I saw a Black Hawk that flew directly over my mother's house, and it was about 100 foot off the ground. And then about 30 seconds later, me and my brother saw a Chinook headed the same direction. And then about 30 seconds after that, another Chinook. Any idea what two Chinooks and a Black Hawk helicopter would be doing in the center of Kentucky?
Yes, the same thing they'd be doing all over America, and I see it. I'm 60 miles east of Minneapolis in a dinky little town. But those are called military exercises, and there's going to be more and more of them across the width and breadth. I don't know if that's proper English, but the United States, because we have so many. I was going to say illegal people, but then people would think I'm talking about foreigners. No, I'm talking about illegal scoundrels in our own government. And it's a display, I believe, to let them know that the good guys are everywhere and we can drop in. Now, that's a helicopter you're talking about, Black Hawk and Chinooks. They can literally drop in and arrest you if they have a warrant. And, with Donald Trump, I think warrants are plentiful because he's trying to protect everyone on U.S. soil. So I wouldn't worry about it. In fact, if a helicopter, well, the helicopters do fly over my house all the time because I'm on the top of the hill and on the hill 2 miles north. Actually, let me correct myself. 2.2 miles north of Plum City on County Road S. And if some bad guys want to fly in and drop into my property, don't expect to fly out. But no, the United States military right now has all 50 states of National Guards. They've been federalized, which means they go from state control to U.S. control. And I'm not going to give you guys a quiz on who controls the U.S. military because most people know it's Donald J. Trump, and he is not fucking around. And he is not afraid of anybody. And most of his, no, I'm going to correct that too. All of his military white hats are upholding their oath. And I took the oath 4 times, but it basically says to defend the United States and the United States Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the last word is where I come in, because on the morning of 9/11, I knew that the attack against New York City, the World Trade Tower, and the Pentagon, that was domestic terrorist. One of which was my sister, one of which is George H.W. Bush. One of the contributors, even though he is demented, is John McCain. And these people, they just don't understand what an oath to defend the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, means. Let me make it clear. Those of us who took the oath would rather die than see innocent Americans or people from foreign nations that are visiting America be put in harm's way. In other words, from a Marine Corps standpoint, hey, you fuck with America and we're going to fuck you back. Is that clear enough, Mary G?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Thank you so much, Field. I appreciate everything you do, and thank you, Jenny.
And I've got a question. Go ahead, Jenny. Ladies first.
Oh, no. You could go ahead. I was just telling her, of course, you're welcome.
Yeah, I think I recognize her voice and her attitude. And Mary G, are you the one that's called the Kentucky chick?
Yes, I am. I was the Kentucky chick last week, and I got to talk to you. I felt so honored to get picked. And I'm like, oh my goodness, it's a God moment every time I get picked. Because I would love to come visit, sit on your porch, and let you know I was coming, so you didn't shoot me first, and just sit on your porch.
I've got a 357 that I bought in 1969 illegally because I wasn't old enough to have a 357, but I still have it somewhere in my house. And the original box of shells had 50 rounds, and I've still got about 20 of them left. And not only have I never harmed a human, but the only reason I have that gun is to either dispose of a sick or threatening mammal. And I have wolves and the bears don't bother anybody around here. They're black bears, but humans do. I mean, I've got people that do not, and I mean people in authority. They think it's the authority, but guess what? If you take a look at Ephesians 6, 10 to 17, I think you'll find out what the authority of God is, and it's to wield the sword, and that's the sword of truth and the sword of justice. And I want to say very clearly right now that I'm 75 years old. I've never harmed a person, but I've always been ready to defend any person. Doesn't matter what color, doesn't matter what country, doesn't matter what faith or lack of faith, or children. And that's my wife and I, Denise, did make a big dent in child trafficking, but Denise is gone now, and that leaves me. And I think that child trafficking, even though it's been around since time began, it's not going to be around much longer. And I say that as a statement of my faith in Donald John Trump and his wife Melania in equal portions, because they're a team and they're a marriage. And I've been married so many times it makes my head swim, but the academic answer is 4. But 3 times I had people that I was married to that forgot that they said, "Till death do us part." They just departed. But then my most recent wife, Denise, she didn't depart. She was my right-hand person. She believed what I did, and I outweighed her by 100%. She weighed 115 and I weighed 230 before she died. Then I lost 90 pounds in jail and out of sadness. But I'm not sad now. I'm upbeat because now I am subject to the orders of Donald John Trump. Because when you're a military officer, doesn't matter what your age is, if you're retired, you can be called back to duty. Now, if he were to call me back to duty, it wouldn't be to fly airplanes or shoot cannons or draw a sword. It would probably be to speak to groups that want to know the intimate details of how we've been taken advantage of by the Vatican Jesuits. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church. I'm talking about the military and intelligence branch, the Vatican, Jesuits, and the United Kingdom. And I would like to tell both of those groups, hey, listen, I have a lot of Catholic neighbors and I had an English wife. But if you're going to try to destroy America, plan to get fucked. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you so much, Field. I appreciate it. I know that
Thank you,
we've
Mary.
got some parasites in Kentucky. Governor Bashir, who is, he's bad. And of course, Mitch McConnell. And I think he's already dead, but if he's not, he's headed that way quick. So
Oh,
good
of
talking
course.
to you,
And-
and God bless.
Thank you,
Yeah, and
Mary.
if you ever want to come up here, Mary, you're welcome to come to my house. Just let me know. And if I can get Jenny or Tracy here, so we have a chaperone, or 107. Because I'm a 75-year-old male who lives alone, I don't want any female ever to feel at risk by coming to my house. I think that's fairly clear, isn't it, Mary?
Where'd she go? Where'd you go, Mary? Raise your hand again. All right. Okay, there she
Oh.
is.
You can let her go. Over to you, Jenny.
Go ahead, Mary.
I just want to thank him, and I'd love to, but God bless everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. All righty.
God
Okay.
bless you.
Field, since we were just talking briefly about Melania and we've got a question here on the board. It says, some of us, it's from Pom Mom. Question, some of us have heard Melania Trump was going to be trafficked and Trump came in and saved her. Do you know anything about that and it to be true?
Well, first of all, with God, all things are possible, so it can be true. Do I know anything about it? No, I don't. Do I think that Donald Trump would, by all means, save her from being trafficked? Yes, I do, because she's a beautiful, stunningly beautiful woman. And, men are sometimes thinking with their smaller head, and they don't treat women like ladies. And to those men that think with their small head and don't treat women like ladies, I'll give you a bonus fuck you, because ladies are ladies. Leave them alone, protect them, cherish them. And if you want to have kids, go ahead, but then stay married until death do you part. That's my off the cuff response to you, Jenny.
Well, that was very good. Thank you, Field. Okay, New Envies, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question. Go ahead, New Envies.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand. I just wish you guys a very good evening. I enjoy always listening to you all. Thank you very much, Phil. And by the way, there is a gentleman that I follow is called Chance Brian McFadden. He actually told us that you have been in contact with him and he regret that he's no longer in contact with you, Phil.
Okay, well, thank you. I understand. And thank him for his favorable comments, please.
I will. Thank you. Have a great evening, guys.
Thank you, New Envies.
Bye-bye.
All right, Judy Shady, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question.
Jenny, Mitch, and all your admins.
You mean Field?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Got a lot of talk about Mitch today, right?
Yeah, Field, you know what? I'm so honored. I don't get in here as much as I do because I spend so much time with my two grandchildren. My one granddaughter was born on July 4th, and my other grandchild is Noah. He was born on 11/11. And because of people and patriots like you, my birthday is April 1st, 1956. And I am of Ukrainian descent. That was where my focus was all my life, but my mother was Irish. And because of people like you, that I come, now I'm just in a chat mode and I use my discernment. Because of people like you, Captain Kyle, and maybe one or two others, and my research and my discernment, I am so humbled by what you have done for me and the world in this awakening. I started my awakening, I believe, when I was 17 years old, when I went to confession at a Ukrainian church, and the priest started asking me sexual questions. But only, I would say, 10 years it truly started, because I seen all the signs of my life before and my angels protecting me and people like you. I just am so humbled and grateful because I have Green Beret in my family. I have two that were graduated at West Point. My brother served in Vietnam. My father served in World War II. And it started with the children. When I found out about the children, I would give my life any day for this country. And I love you so much. Thank you.
Well, I have a ready answer to all of that because I know a great deal about how Ukraine has been taken advantage of, and I won't go into details. But as far as the Ukrainian priest that made some unwelcome advances on you based on your gender, now, Jenny, get ready because here it comes. If I were to ever be introduced to that priest, he would be wearing his testicles for earrings. I absolutely, I abhor supposedly men of faith that are preaching that are hypocrites. And I agree with you, young lady. Your family sounds like a bunch of patriots, and I say that humbly and gratefully. And one of them's a Green Beret. I left out one syllable, Green Beret. And two of them are West Pointers. I've been to West Point, but I didn't go there. I went to the Naval Academy. And West Point, the Naval Academy, Air Force Academy, and Coast Guard Academy are around only for one reason, and that is to make leaders of men. And I'm sad to say that some of the graduates of all four of those service academies fall short of being leaders. They tend to excuse themselves for being followers because of promotions and money and retirement. Not me. I'm nothing special. And anybody who's ever met me know I'm not anything special. But I've been given a special mission from God Himself to expose evil and either gain victory or die trying. And that's what I do. I'm sure that's the mindset of your Green Beret relative, both your West Pointers, your World War II dad, and my dad was in World War II too. And there's a book out. I'm not even going to mention it now. I don't want people to go looking for it and paying for it. But someday, if Jenny ever comes to my house with 107, and Tracy and her husband, we might just advertise that book, because all of us deserve to have parents of which we can be proud. And I'm proud of my father and my mother. My mother was a World War II Army nurse who nursed my father, who was a POW of the Japanese, back to health. And they got married 2 weeks after they met in a hospital. And they wanted to get married after 1 week, but everybody picture Loretta Swit, which was the actress's name for Margaret Houlihan in MASH. My mother's supervisor, who was just like Margaret Houlihan, the supervisor said, "No, Lieutenant Odom, I will not allow you to get married after only 1 week of knowing the guy in bed 407 on the 4th floor. But if you come back in a week, I'll give you permission to get married after you've known him for 2 weeks," which I find rather humorous. And of course, I've got a perverted sense of humor. But would you share with your family that even though I don't know them, I know the path they've traveled, because I've traveled the same path. And if anybody gets in my way, or your Green Beret way, or your father, if he's still around, his way, or your two West Pointers, well, those people better get out of my way, or they're going to pay a big price for trying to take advantage of innocent people. Over to you, Jenny.
I want to ask you one more question. Do you know anything about the orphan trains? Because my mother's father was raised in an orphanage, and I believe he came from the orphan trains.
Are you talking about the orphan trains in America?
All over. He could have came someplace else, and he was in an orphanage in Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, that's the orphan trains in America. And yes, I know about them. And, you know, that the reason that would have been put into place was the people making the decisions thought they needed to get orphans into safe homes. But that certainly was not always the case, because pedophiles love orphans too, if you follow me.
Yes, totally. And my
Thank you. Yeah.
grandfather, who was my mother's father, he's the one. And my grandmother died when he's very young, and he had 7 daughters.
Wow.
And I am a grandchild of that. I never knew my grandfather. But my history, you know, I did a lot of this research, except for that side. Most of my history is done because my grandfather, my father's side came from the Carpathian Mountains, Romania and Ukraine. But I just, you know, a lot of my research I did myself, because I learned to use my discernment not to believe everything that's online. But use guys, I spend all my time, I don't go on chats anymore, too many chats anymore. I am spending my peaceful time now with my grandchildren, because they are special, and not just mine, but the children of the world today will bring us back to peace on earth.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Judy. Thank you for sharing. All right.
Thank you
I'm
very
gonna
much, Judy.
I'm going to read some of these questions here for you, Field, on the wall. There's only a couple. So, Best Press wants to know, why did J.D. Vance have his hand on the Bible swearing in as VP? So many of us are confused to who he really is. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm confused as to who he really is, but he's not J.D. Vance. And if either J.D. Vance or Donald Trump, who I respect greatly, want to make an issue of that, I would caution them to do their homework. But I would never put my hand on a Bible if I didn't believe everything I've read in the Bible. You know, as a demonstration of my biblical bias, that's not biblical proficiency, but I would love one of the people in your chat room to go to Psalm 46, 11 to 13, and just, in fact, I'll do it better. At the end of this show, before I leave, Jenny asked me to go to my Bible and read Isaiah 46, 11 to 17, and then we're going to have a really good idea if my brain is still working, which I think it is. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. Okay, here's another one. Susie Q, she wants back to MH370. She wants to know, was the cube on MH370?
Was what on MH370?
The cube?
You mean Q as the 17th letter?
No, C-U-B-E, cube. Like
I
square.
don't know
Like
what the cube is.
yeah.
Do you have any idea?
No, I've heard
Jenny?
people talk about the cube. So Susie Q, if you can be maybe elaborate in the comments over here, then I can get back to that question. So we'll get more details on it for you, Field. Okay, let's see. Betty S, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question. Betty S, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. Okay. Joy to you today. Okay. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Wow, I can't believe I'm on here. Field, I just have to mention to you that I've been praying for a way to speak with you for years. And I was struck by you a number of years ago. I watched one of your videos that while you were in England, and I believe it was shortly after you married your wife, or you hadn't married her yet. But you said something at that point that struck me, and it's never left me. And I've tried to call you from the phone number you left. This is kind of personal. So you had said at that time, if any of your sons had ever been in the Marine Corps and they were young and they were injured emotionally or physically or whatever way, that you wanted to know about it.
Okay.
And, anyhow, I don't want to go into the details of it, but I would love to have a way to connect with you because I had a 17-year-old that came back damaged very badly. So that's a real personal thing, but I want to see if there's a way I can connect with you on that, because I tried calling your number, tried calling the email that you put there. And he left the Marine Corps back in 2004, I believe it was. So it's been a number of years. But when I heard you and I heard you talk about some of the atrocities, I thought, I think that's what happened to my son. So anyhow, I'd like to see if there's a way to connect with you. And I also want to tell you that you're just such an amazing testimony to the faithfulness of God and to your faithfulness to him and vice versa, that I'm so blessed to be on a call where you are, because you just love the Lord so much. And I was so concerned you were going to pass during those times. Even though you don't know me, I've been following wherever I could with you. So thank you. And so I don't know if there's a way that I can connect with you on a private level that way. You don't know me from
Yep.
Adam. I'm about your age, a little bit younger. So
No,
we're from the
I
same
know how
era.
we can do it. I
Okay.
know exactly how we can do it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. If you send a contact detail, a direct message to Jenny or to Tracy, and the reason I'm having you send it to them is they'll send it to me and they won't abuse your privacy, and I will get a hold of you. And you've really moved me. I've got tears going down my right cheek. I don't know why it's my left cheek. My left cheek's high. Oh, I just figured it out. My head's turned to the right. Uh, no, and as far as your son, I think it was your son, maybe it was your grandson, but
Yeah. No, my
if I
son.
tell you, I've said this so many times, a lot of people have heard it. If you harm one Marine, every other Marine is going to come to his or her aid, and you may cease to exist. And would you be offended if I use some Marine Corps language, ma'am?
No, I hear it from my son.
Oh, good for you and good for your son. Listen up. For people that don't know Marines, you fuck with one of us and you're going to be fucking with all of us. And when we're done, which won't take more than 30 seconds, you're going to be fucked. So God bless your son. God bless you. And Jenny, would you have an idea of whether it'd be better for her to direct message you or direct message Tracy? Over to you, Jenny.
Either one. I don't see Tracy in here right now, but joy to you today. Just hit my avatar up there, or you can email me at the revival of America at yahoo.com, and we'll get you in contact. However Field sees best fit for that. Also, too, I'm getting a message here from Heal today. What is your son's injury? Is it a brain injury?
It was well.
I think she said,
I
Jenny,
think he was a
I think
whipping
she
boy.
said she
So I
wanted it
think
to
he
be
was.
private.
I think.
Oh,
I'd
okay.
rather it be private. It's
Okay. All right. Reach out to me because I can also put you in contact with John Baxter as well. So I know what he's doing down there with his frequencies and stuff are really helping a lot of people. So yeah, just either touch my avatar here, see it's kind of lit up green around the circle, and message me there, or you can email me.
Is it
Yeah,
up at the top?
yeah, it says the Revival of America with the cloud. That's
Oh
me.
yes.
Yeah, so touch on that, and then it'll come up and it'll say message, and then you can just send me a message, and then I'll respond to you
Yeah,
after the
that's where
show.
I'm having trouble finding it with the message, but I'll figure
You know what?
it out.
Here,
If not, I'll go to the site and
I just Joey today. I just sent you a message. It said hi, so respond to that, and then we can communicate that way.
Okay.
Did you get it?
I'm not real tech savvy, so I'm trying. I don't want to take up everyone's time.
All right. Do you have a pen and paper? Did you get the
Yes, I
email?
do.
The
Yes, I
revive.
do.
Yeah, the Revival of America at yahoo.com.
Yeah, well, this has been years coming. I've been praying for probably 7 years.
Wow.
Talk to this man.
Well, here we are. Look, God answered your prayer.
Yeah.
Aw.
And then the other question I have for you, Field, which is outside of this, did you know Bill Cooper?
I know of Bill Cooper, and there's people who think I've communicated with Bill Cooper, and I don't think I have. But when I say I don't think so, is I communicate so often with so many people, and always in a secure way that people think that I knew him. But no, but I have a lot in common with Bill Cooper. The He was in the Navy and he was in the Air Force. I was in the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marine Corps, and he allegedly was terminated by a couple of sheriffs or sheriff deputies in Arizona, and
Yeah, up
that's
in
something I
Edgar.
have in common. Pardon me?
Yeah, up in Edgar. That's what's on my little thing where it says "Joy to You." That's his grave site, because I visited his grave site a couple of times because I see you and him in that same, I guess it's the balls against the walls that
Yeah.
have been
Well,
fighting
the
this
walls are
battle,
coming
that have been
down.
fighting this battle for years. And, I'm one of the ones that have been part of watching it happen, not knowing how to fix it, and listening, and then like realizing we are the ones that have to fix it, and
And we are. I
we
agree with
are.
you, ma'am. We are fixing it. And when you say balls against the walls, I just want to touch on that. Back in World War II, fighter aircraft had a type of fuel delivery system that had balls in the fuel line. And when you went to full power, it forced the balls to come up out of the water, out of centrifugal force. And then it was called balls against the wall. Well, if your son or your grandson or anybody else's
It's my son.
yeah, grandson, sorry. I have a grandson too, or about 5 of them. But yeah, if anybody's harmed any grandchild of mine, yours, or anyone's anywhere in the world, I want to demonstrate to their attackers what balls against the walls look like when I come to visit them. I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm afraid of falling short, and I'm going to slow down. The only thing in the world I'm afraid of is falling one iota short of what it is God has asked me to do. And He's asked me to do it through Scripture, Psalm 94:16, and Ephesians 5:11. And also, sometimes I have dreams like Daniel did in the Bible. And, I realize that God communicates in any manner of which the recipient will be able to be blessed by the communication. And God has blessed me abundantly. And I hope that when my life is over, that it will appear that I've blessed God and the people of the world that love God and anyone else. Because when it comes to God, there's only two type of people: those who love Him today and those who will love Him tomorrow. Because that's what God is. God is love, and He lets people like myself and other Marines and military people of all nations, by the way, we can take care of the vulgarity with impact, and that's why I do it. It scares the shit out of people like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham for me to say on Jenny's show last week that you better get the fuck out of my country before I get mad. So anyway, thank you for blessing my heart today with your story, and I hope that you communicate through Jenny, and she'll communicate to me, and then I'll respond to both of you to let you know that I've got the details, and then I'll respond to you privately. So anything that you and I talk about will be private between you and myself. Okay, young lady?
Oh, this is like a
Thank you, Phil.
real
Thank you, Joy.
amazing blessing. I'm still not quite figuring out how to connect, but I will do that after we get off because I'm pushing different buttons and I'm not seeing how to do it. So.
Just send me the email, Joy. That will be the easiest way. Send the email and then we'll get you in contact. How Phil
All
does.
right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Bless you.
God bless you.
All right, Field. Okay, so we've got a little bit more clarification for you here on the cube. So they were asking, was the cube on MH370? I had a show yesterday with Captain Kyle here, and he talked about the cube. He reported it being advanced benevolent. What is? Did I say that right? I don't know. I'm getting tongue tied right here. Benevolent. There we go. Technology that could provide electric to the country, make chips and all kinds of things that we are not really ready to understand. Captain reported the black and white hats had been wanting this, and now the white hats now it's in the white hats' hands. I hope this is clear. Thank you. So does that make any sense? So it's benevolent technology that could provide electric to the country, make chips and all kinds of things.
Well, that's very interesting because the two countries in the world that tried their hardest to cover up what happened to MH370 are the Netherlands and Australia. But that doesn't mean that what you just read to me is false, but it just shows you that even in the Netherlands, there's good people and bad people warring, warring, with each other, and may the best man, woman, or transgender win. And the best people will win. And in fact, it's my opinion that we are winning. But if we can get some more details, in fact, I'll research it when we're done with the show. I'll try to find out what the cube was, but I can guarantee you that there was some technology on MH370 that wanted to work its way to China, and there were some people that didn't want it to get there. So, and I don't know the details, but I will. It won't take long. So
Thank you,
over
Phil.
to you, Jenny.
Thank you. And then one other one relating to MH370. What happened to the deceased on MH370? Did they not have families, and should they have not been notified?
They should have been notified, but the 239 human victims of MH370 were on Diego Garcia. And if they put them into refrigeration, they put them in late because they had partially decomposed when they were put back on the airframe 9M-MRO. And then they left Diego Garcia. And I don't know if they had a human crew on MH370, but they don't need one. And that'll come up in just a minute. But the aircraft left Diego Garcia and flew directly to Amsterdam. And here comes one of those lucid moments of which I'm not notorious. But when the aircraft, whether it had a human crew or was flown by the BUAP, Boeing Uninterruptible Autopilot, when it got to Amsterdam, it was serviced by a aircraft or an airline handling service from Israel named Menzies, Menzies. And then it was flown out a day or two later with not only 239 corpses, but another 40 corpses that had been freshly killed. And here comes a really morbid deal, but don't worry, I'm not going to use strong language. Oh, fuck it, I am too. The 40 people that were added, the dead people, the corpses added in Amsterdam, none of them had any blood in their bodies, which means they'd been killed and then they'd had their blood taken. And those 40 people, 40, they were all experts on AIDS and HIV. And, the bad guys around the world don't want AIDS and HIV to be exposed. And so they killed the 40 experts that were going to travel from Amsterdam to Malaysia. And the aircraft took off and flew normally under remote control, with now 239 plus 40 is 279. For some reason, I think it was 293, but it would be in the ballpark of 279 to 293 dead corpses, which is redundant. And when it got close to Donetsk, Ukraine, and isn't it interesting, we had a lady from the Ukrainian background participating on the show today. When it got close to Donetsk, Donetsk, Ukraine, it was detonated remotely as if to remove the evidence, meaning the aircraft 9M-MRO and the 279 to 293 bodies. And there was a lady in the Ukraine that spoke Russian who took a video camera, and videotaped the wreckage that fell from the sky. And her name, and this is my memory, which is one of the greatest gifts God ever gave me, was my memory. Because even though my diction is not good sometimes, but I'd say that the greatest gift physically or mentally God gave me was my memory. The lady's name was Anna, Anna, and that video has to be available somewhere. because even though they scrub videos that are harmful to people like Netherlands or Australia off the top of my head, there is no scrubbing the internet. It's somewhere out there. And that brings up this next point. I have 350 letters with my signature going to Donald J. Trump during his first administration. And if I can recover those letters, I will pay to have every single one of them printed into a book with no editing. In other words, I wouldn't change a single letter or punctuation point. But the truth is coming, and the truth is coming from God, Donald Trump, and a lot of white hats of militaries around the globe. Because even though some militaries in different countries work against us, nobody defeats us. And little by little, each country is coming to realize if you want to be victorious instead of dead, join the white hats in the United States of America. And I've traveled all over the world and I feel welcome everywhere. And the only place I've ever excuse me, poor grammar, only place I've ever felt at risk was in the United States of America. But now with Donald Trump and the white hats being in control, I don't feel threatened in the least at all. So over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. All right, everybody, we're gonna let Miss Southern Gal and Bless. We're gonna round it out with her question right now, and then everybody, John Baxter. We are gonna be doing his show today at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. He just texted me and wants to come on about 30 minutes early, so mark your calendars for that this afternoon at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. So go ahead, Patty. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, Field, it's Patty with a 91-year-old Marine dad. He's got a question for you.
Go ahead, Patty.
He wants to know on your side of the woods over there if you've been to the VA and seen President Trump's picture hanging back up in the VA. He told me to ask you. He said they took down that damn clown's picture finally, and he don't ever want to see the damn thing again. So he said, ask your friend that's the Marine if they got a picture of President Trump over there.
I haven't been there. And, you know, I have been in the hospital three times in the last 15 months. And it's not like I'm sick or injured. It's just that I've got neighbors that care about me. And when they see some behavior of mine, which indicates that I've got a physical problem, not mental problem, but they force me, literally, I've been hijacked, taken to the hospital. And in November of 2023, I was in the Mayo Clinic in Menominee, Wisconsin, and I was cured of being I had weight loss due to my imprisonment. I went from 230 to 140. And if there's any bean counters listening, okay, you're right. It was 231 to 140, but what's a pound among friends? But then in January of 2024, I had a crew of people hijack me from my own house. And I was laying on the floor and I was delirious. And people said, oh yeah, probably from alcohol. Well, fuck you too. I could drink a half a quart of anything and go into a courtroom and really frustrate the judge and the attorneys because it doesn't affect me like it affects the lightweights. But enough about that. I had sepsis, which means poison in my bloodstream, and I would have died in 48 hours, the surgeon told me. He said, unless you allow us, give us permission in writing to perform surgery. And I said, well, I can write it or anybody in the room can write it, but yes, you have my permission to do surgery. And 2 hours later, my gallbladder was out and I started my road to recovery. And my mental acuity was never damaged or reduced. And then most recently, in January of this year, I went into a hospital and I'm trying to remember why now. Oh, yes, it was Tuesday. I think it was the 22nd of January, maybe, but it would be the Tuesday in the week of January of, I don't have my calendar in front of me. It was a couple of weeks ago on Tuesday. I went into Mayo Clinic in Eau Claire, and I had basal cell cancer taken out of my ear, and they were being so meticulous. They didn't take it all at once because they didn't want to cause any more damage to my left ear. So they took it out in 3 bite-sized portions, and so it almost appears like God wants me to press on. And tell your 91-year-old Marine that, as he well knows, Marines don't need to be told to press on. They press on until they're either victorious or they're victims, and there's no shame in being a victim if you're beaten by an overwhelming majority, but that hadn't happened to me or your dad yet. So we, as a couple of Marines, understand that the only dishonor a Marine ever has is if he dishonors his oath. And Jenny likes it when I sing, so from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our nation's battles on the air, land, and the sea. First to fight for truth and honor, no, it's truth and something, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. So thank you, thank your dad. And if I go to the VA hospital, I'll look for Trump's, and then I'll look in the garbage can to make sure that Biden has showed up where he can be appreciated with other refuse. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. But he enjoyed your audio. I let him listen to it. And he says, you asked that damn Marine from this Marine if he goes by the VA to make sure Trump's picture's back up where it should be. It was funny.
Thank you,
Oh,
Patty.
well, Marines communicate even if they don't know each other. We all have the same values, and the value is victory. And in my case, victory for Jesus, but in all Marines' cases, victory for the United States of America. And that's why America still exists today. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Patty. Okay, I have one more question for you, Phil, to hand Rose while Patty was asking that question. So Linda Hendrickson, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask Phil what he thinks of the. Oh, wait. Now I got to rethink of what I was thinking. You guys have me on the 100 million tracks today. Trump going to the Super Bowl, being the first president and stuff there. What do you think the reasoning is behind that?
Because he was trying to send a message to the evildoers globally, but mostly in the United States of America. I'm going to go to the Super Bowl, and everyone is going to know immediately if anybody tries to touch me. And as a warning, because he's a gentleman and he's married to a lady, as a warning to the evildoers, he was basically saying, fuck you guys, you can't touch me, and if you try it, you'll die. How's that for clarity?
I absolutely love it. You're amazing, Phil. You know what? You're less than 2 hours from my house. I seriously
Okay, are
want
you
to
the
come
one
and
that
meet you someday.
Well, please do it. I think I've talked to you before, and I think
Yes,
you're
you have.
between. Yeah, so you're somewhere on a beeline between Plum City and Milwaukee, aren't you?
I'm north. I'm in
Oh,
between
okay.
Eau Claire and Wausau. Ish.
Oh, well, you're pretty close because Eau Claire is just 40 minutes or 40 miles from me.
I know. Man, I think I want to come down to the diner someday with my husband because he thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah, good. Well, you're not
He
crazy.
thinks I'm crazy because I do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And he watches
Well-
cowboys and Indian movies and stuff like that. And I'm like, you're on the wrong path.
Yeah,
Not
well,
that-
God bless
Not
him.
that
No,
he's
not.
wrong, because he doesn't like the government either.
Well, I'll tell you, you're welcome to come anytime, and I'm glad you say you might bring your husband. And if
I
he's
would
too
absolutely
reluctant,
bring him. You know what?
Oh,
I
okay,
told him,
good.
I told my husband, I says, you know what? You guys talk a lot alike, but you have different views. It is
Yep.
so amazing. I love it.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
God
Thank you,
bless.
Linda. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, Fields. Let's see. I've got 2 more hands here raised. Could you? How you doing on time, my friend? Fields.
Oh, my time is your time, Jenny.
Oh,
You're the
okay.
only,
So you can take
you're
these.
the only game in town. Yeah, I can take them. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Field. All right, Jenny, your mic is going to be unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question. Go ahead, Jenny. I think it's Nivison. Jenny Nivison. Did I say that right? Go ahead, Jenny. Your mic is unmuted.
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Okay, thank you. All right, Susan C., I'm going to unmute your mic. Go ahead and ask Field your question. Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead, Susan. Your mic is unmuted.
Oh, okay. I got to press the button. How are you all? I'm
Fantastic.
listening, and I remember not quite a year ago, Field, you said about how, and you invited people to your place or your city or something, and it was in June. And I
Yes,
forget
that's true.
and I so wanted to, because I'm in Wausau, and Linda that was just talking to you is somewhere around here, she said. But I went back home to Pennsylvania at the time, so I couldn't come. But if you do anything like that again, believe me, I will come.
Okay. Well, you'd have to come with. Go ahead, lady.
No, this is Jenny. I was just going to say, so I think how we kind of talked a little bit in the back about that, because Field talks about doing a conference in Dallas. I think that would
Yep.
be once he does that, that would be a great place for all of his fans and everybody that want to see him. Would be a great place for everybody to congregate and say hi and just see Field, right? Because yeah, if you get a lot of people going to his house, that could be, I mean, that's a little bit personal
Yeah,
for me. So I think, when he does his conference, I think that's going to be a huge opportunity for many people to get to see Field and say hi.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to Dallas, but but anyway.
Well, the thing in June, just so I can speak a little bit, was about a memorial for some of us to go, but it wasn't for every patriot. But if you can go to the Dallas thing, that would be great. That's
Yeah.
where he really is. That's where he's going to be. I don't think everybody's showing up on. Field knows this and how I feel about it. And, showing up on his doorstep is not going to be so cool. So,
No.
I mean, eventually,
ever
maybe
do that.
something like that might happen,
Yeah, I would never ever show up on anybody's doorstep unless I was invited. So, okay, well, have a good day.
Thank you, Susan. Have a great day. God bless.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Come back here. It's 3:30 now, not 4 o'clock. 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have John Baxter on from Anti-Aging MedBed. He's gonna be talking more about his product and what's going on down there with all the great things he's doing for people and giving them hope where there may be people didn't think that they had hope. So go ahead, Field.
Oh, I didn't have anything to add, but as far as hope goes, I hope my voice is strong enough. But Jeremiah 29:11 says, "You don't know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and bless you and give you hope." And so that's pretty clear, Jeremiah 29:11. And I think there was plenty of reason for all of us to have hope. And if people need a little extra portion of hope, just tune in to Jenny every week, whether it's Monday or any other day, and you'll probably get some hope, because that's what we're about. We're not about trying to make money. I've never made a penny. In fact, I give away my the shirts I have that say Able Danger. I'm wearing one right now. And it's a special one because it's got a heart on the right sleeve that has Denise's date of birth and date of death, and it's got my name on it somewhere too. That's not important, but I think that we're all sort of a family, and LH or any other lady that wants to come to my house, they can certainly come, but they need to contact me first so I can make sure that they have a nice place to meet me, like Molly's Restaurant at 701 Main Street in Plum City. They're closed on Mondays. I'm not afraid of having anybody in my house. I've had uh, two Mossad agents. They didn't get very far. And, you know, that's not likely that anybody could come into my house on an invitation and kill me, because it would have been broadcast on Jenny's show of who's coming to my house, and without giving their real name or their real address or real phone number. That's not how we operate, but we can give out enough information to other people in the chat room, or Jenny or Tracy. They'd know exactly who I'm talking about. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field. And everybody, Field is here every Monday, same time, same place, unless, you know, something happens. But he's here. He'll be back here next Monday. Correct, Field?
Yeah, anytime you want me, I'll be here. Okay.
All right, sounds good. And everybody, will see you back here for John Baxter. And then also too, cross your fingers. So far, so good for Juan O'Savin this afternoon. And once I get that recording done, I will be posting that as well. So everybody, God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Tim, for recording this. Oh, I've recorded it today. So I'll send it to you when I get done. And everybody, will talk to you soon. God bless and have a great day. Love you all. Thank you, Field. Love you.
God bless you, Johnny. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, talk about a long show. Ugh. Oh, guys. What a long day. A long day. All right, guys. Well, have a good evening. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got. Go away now. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna head out and go get some sleep, I think. Sounds about good. Sounds good about now. Everybody stay warm. It's supposed to be cold again tomorrow. It's good being here with you live. Hopefully the computer will hold out again tomorrow. We'll come back and be live again tomorrow, right? But yeah. Yep. God bless you guys. Really appreciate it. Stay safe. Much love. See you tomorrow. Oh, I gotta bring up. Let's see. I could be nice. Play an intro for you. I think I feel too tired. Too tired. But it's tradition. Okay. There we go. All right, guys. Now you can go.
You okay? This is X, and he's a great guy, high IQ. He's a high IQ individual.
And he's got this, check out this cool chain he's got.
So thank you very much. We had a busy day today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning Gaza.
Out of the storm, onto my arm. Don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all. We dream of the day men are set free, although at times it's hard to believe. With pounding drums, sail through the storm. Where we go one we go all. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go one we go all. onto my arm. Don't be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go, one we go.
Elon Musk, who apparently has adopted the alias, at least he changed his social media handle to Harry Balls, tweeted this morning, "Democracy in America is being destroyed by judicial coup. An activist judge is not a real judge."
Sometimes I'm right and I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the banker, the drummer, and then makes no difference what group I'm in. I am everyday people.
Age of America begins right now.
tell you won't like what it is. When the storm arrives, would you be seen with me by the merciless eyes I've deceived? I've seen angels fall from blinding heights, but you yourself found nothing so divine. Just next in line on yourself, because no one else here will save you. Theirs will betray you, and they will replace you. Can't deny the prize, it may never fulfill you. Get along secure you. Are you willing to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. You know my name. If you come inside, things will not be the same when you return to the night. And if you think you won when you never saw me change the game that we have been playing, I've seen this diamond cut through harder men than you yourself. But if you must pretend, you may meet your end on yourself, because no one else here will save you. Theirs will betray you, and they will replace you. Can't deny the prize, it may never fulfill you. Get along secure you. Are you willing to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. Try to hide your hand, forget how to feel. Life is gone with just a spin of the wheel. On yourself, because no one else here will save you. Yours will betray you, and I will replace you. Can't deny the prize, it may never fulfill you. It belongs to you. Are you ready to die? The coldest blood runs through my veins. You know my name. You know my name. You know my name. You know my
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't ever slack up, punk, you better back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up if you got the feeling. Jump up, touch the ceiling, months of funk flow. Someone's fucking junk, yo, I'll bust them in the eye. And then I'll take the punks out, feeling funky. Amps in a trunk and I got more rhymes than this cops at a junkie donut shop. Sure enough, I got props from the kids on the hill with my mom and my pops. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around, jump around, jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump. I'll serve your ass like John McEnroe. If your girl steps up, I'm smacking the hoe. Word to your and the Bible's got psalms. And just like the prodigal son, I've returned. Anyone stepping on me, you'll get burned. Cause I got lyrics, but you ain't got none. If you come to battle, bring a shotgun. But if you do, you're a fool, cause I do to the death. Trying to step to me, you take your last breath. I got the skill, come get your fill. Cause when I shoot the gift, I shoot the kill. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump. I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. I never eat a pig cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to play me out like as if my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no perk, bitch. Get used to one style AO when I might switch it up and around. Then buck, get down, put out your head and then you wake up in the dawn of the dead. I'm coming to get ya, I'm coming to get ya. Spitting out lyrics, homie, I'll wet ya. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, jump, jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Yeah. This is dedicated to
heart of the question is whether all Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities. Whether we are going to treat our fellow Americans as we want to be treated. If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot eat lunch in a restaurant open to the public, if he cannot send his children to the best public school available, if he cannot vote for the public officials who represent him, if in short he cannot enjoy the full and free life which all of us want, then who among us would be content to have the color of his skin changed and stand in his place? Who among us would then be content with the counsels of patience and delay? 100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves, yet their heirs, their grandsons, are not fully free. They are not yet freed from the bonds of injustice. They are not yet freed from social and economic oppression. And this nation, for all its hopes and all its boasts, will not be fully free until all its citizens are free.
It keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. The levee raiser had no place to stay. That old levee taught me to weep and moan. That mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Got what it takes to make a mountain man leave his home.